Hello? Hello? Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Bimbo Cat Food. If it's your first time here, a double welcome to you. And also, I love you. What's up? How's it going? How's it be? How's it do? I'm here. We're gonna play a VLR today. Raven, you son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Love you. But you son of a bitch. If you can believe it, it's a Wednesday once again. And we're going to play VLR. I have to unmute on Discord. Hold on. Hold on. Hello? Friends, girlfriend.
Hello.
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 Everybody here. The Commonwealth gang is back at it again.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah. Worthy's last VLR stream. Gonna be the one where we get answers, and that's exciting.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
So, the real question is, where do you want to start?
I don't know. I have to stream the game to you guys,
That's a good start.
That's
a good place.
and we'll figure out from there. Fucking Val, you you bitch.
Why do y'all do this to her? Stop.
Why? I don't deserve this. Thank you for the pets, though.
All of my chat is mean. They make me move my stream widgets.
Oh my god. Lila! By the way, Worthy, I got a notification at like 7 a.m. that you were streaming FF14, and then I went to your channel and I was like, wait, Worthy's hosting someone. And then I looked at your Discord and it was like 2:30 when you actually sent like the stream notification, and I was like, oh, I got that really late.
Did you get a notification through Discord or Twitch?
It was a push notification from Discord, I think. It just got to me really late.
Fuck.
Yeah,
that's weird.
I was gonna hop in and I was gonna be like, well, I gotta go to work, but I hope you have a good time beating up Pandemonium or something. I don't know. I hope you had a good time shooting.
And then there's just...
Yeah, it was just...
And then
it was another Australian cat girl Vtuber or something there, and I was like, whoa. I don't know
Oh, wow.
I don't know if it was a cat girl. I think it was a cat girl.
I think so. I raided someone after we were done prog. And wow, they must have been going pretty late if they were still up at 7 a.m. your time. Damn.
Yeah, it must have been. Wait, do I not have VLR? No, I don't. It's hidden. Why is it hidden? Stop doing that.
Oh, actually, I think some of them were in like Singapore time zones. So they might have been like a little bit it would have been
different.
earlier than it was for me, yeah. But I am having fun with Pandemonium. The raid bug has bitten me again. Please help.
I need to start playing FF14 again, but I have been distracted by
Everything.
someone.
Oh.
Wow. I wonder who it is.
Who? Who that?
I suppose there's that too.
Could be anyone. Could be anyone.
Could be anyone. Anyway, I've been watching Owl House a lot, and it's been pretty good.
Yeah.
I should really watch that.
It's
You
good.
should.
It took me a long time to watch Luka Étoile as well, but like, we were like, once we started watching, it was like 2 episodes a night at least. We could not stop it.
Literally what Vi and I are doing right now.
Yeah. Oh.
It's good. I've gotten like
Wow.
6 people into it, and I'm not going to stop. Like,
We watched 2 episodes last night, and I was really tempted to just be like, do you want to like do another one? But it was late, and I had work in the morning.
Aw.
Hmm.
Well, weekend's coming up.
And I don't work tomorrow. So
Nice.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I can
So
have
where
Vi.
we dropping?
Where we dropping?
No, that means 12-hour VLR stream, right?
Wow.
I don't think we have 12 hours left, right?
I don't know. One of those endings is pretty long.
Damn, really? I think my total playtime was like 30 hours. Like,
Well,
Well,
hey,
also,
you weren't
Lucas can-
stuck. You weren't stuck on a dart puzzle for 3 hours.
And Luca's
No, I
like
looked it
going
up
out of her
immediately.
way. Luca's going out of her way to get every single bad ending too, which I didn't do.
I always do that. Yeah, you got to see every
it's-
ending in a story game.
Yeah, you gotta see all the ways that you can die.
I think I got one, and then I was just like, oh, well, they're all going to be like this, and I skipped most of them. But I did get one more by accident, literally because my finger slipped, and it was really good. So
There's character stuff in some of them. Like,
Yeah.
not much, but
Hmm.
like, it's fun.
They are generally mostly the same, though.
Oh, absolutely. I wonder if the
know,
number 9 will get opened. Yeah, like...
You know what? Yeah,
It's
Mino
like one
was
of-
not incorrect.
They're like one of 3 scenarios. Someone else goes out, Sigma tries to go out, or something very bad.
Yeah, but seeing what happens when you knowingly kill Clark is really funny.
What if I went
That was
here?
good, man.
What if we just went left to right?
Okay, time.
We could do that.
Or what? You know what? We started with the right, didn't we?
I think so, but I'm pretty sure
Yes.
one of the ones on the right is the last one you have to do.
Yeah, we have this one here that is like not anything. Oh no, wait, we have nothing unlocked. We have nothing unlocked on the right anyway.
Yeah, so let's mirror it. Let's do this palindrome style.
Okay, so this is where everybody is like dead, right? Except for
Everyone's
Fry and
dead.
Kay.
Only you two and Kay are left, and they both have very strict time limits in their life right now.
Huh. I don't think this is. You know what? I'm gonna watch this. We're gonna go through this just to
Know what it
refresh.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they did go through the door, like Kay said.
With Quark's bracelet.
Or
Oh yeah, Clover and Tenmyoji are missing. So we kind of know. Hey, we kind of know what may have happened.
Yeah, I mean, like, they went missing on the Luna timeline as well, and
Yeah.
turned up with, chained to a pipe, so.
And Clover gnawing at her wrist like a coyote.
Yeah.
Or what? Oh, come on, man. You better not give me that maybe they're already dead crap. I got enough of it from Dio. You've gotta be kidding me. This isn't funny, Fi. If you're right, then you, Kate, Quark, and I are the only people still alive in here.
hey, lay off. I want to believe they're alive too, but
We heard a noise and turned. Oh, Jingly Boy.
I apologize
Never
for
gets old.
keeping you.
No.
did you get Dio's bracelet?
Well, technically, yes, but...
Huh?
Best you just see it.
Oh, right, it's busted
Oh,
up.
Right.
This is what
Yeah.
I found in Dio's pod.
What?
I love that sting. It's so good.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell?
I assume whoever murdered Dio did this.
But why? There's no
I
point.
can't say for sure, but if I were to guess,
Right.
Chromatic doors have opened. 5.
Yeah, well,
with
yeah.
a bracelet like this, I doubt we can get past the secondary door.
That means Kay and I will.
Oh no. Shit. You're gonna. Yeah.
I see. That's what they wanted. Whoever killed Dio wanted to use the game to kill me and Kay. That's why they broke the bracelet.
I think so. It makes the most sense.
But like, why and who also? How can you be so calm? In 5 minutes, you're gonna be.
Go on ahead, Sigma. You have those bracelets Kay gave you, right? You should be able to get through the secondary door with those. So just...
Fuck that. You know I can't just ditch you guys like that.
If you stay here, you'll...
You think I don't know that? But what kind of a monster am I if I just leave you here to die? Ugh, god damn it. This was bad. What was I going to do? I needed to calm down. Just calm down. Calm down and think. There had to be a way to save them. There had... Wait, there was some... Huh?
What did you see in there?
There was like someone tied to a chair?
The other is a muscle relaxant called tubocurarine. Your bracelet also has a bunch of
Oh, we
needles
do
on
get
the
some zero even if it's
inside.
flashback.
If you break the rules, those needles...
Getting surgery to sound exactly like Zero with the pun.
My brother told me about that. Neostigmine is a type of cholinesterase inhibitor. That means it's sort of an antidote for tubocurarine. I knew it!
Give it back. I found it, so it's mine.
Oh, he knew what it... He must have known what it was. Right?
Most likely. At the very least, he knew it was important.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Dio's not smart enough to have known that what it was. He probably just wanted it.
Turbo what now?
What is that?
He just sticks himself with any needles he sees.
Of course. The antidote.
The antidote.
I didn't have time to explain. I took off running toward the exit.
What?
He's moving!
Where are you going?
Stay here.
Initial D.
I'll be right back. I
felt
bolted
like
out of the
initial
warehouse toward... Yeah, I like the speed lines there. It was very cute.
Catboy Sigma's got the zoomies.
Oh, I don't like that he's a Catboy.
Oh, there's got to be so much art of Sigma as a Catboy, right?
I'm fairly certain there is, yeah.
There's gotta be.
There's also a fair amount of Akane as well because she's Schrodinger's cat girl.
Oh my god. Fuck yeah. Wait, is me being a cat girl really appropriate for playing these games then?
It is.
Oh fuck. I think Dio
It
put it
looks
in his
so-
pocket.
It looks so goofy.
I love that he dies just like looking like a total idiot. What a jackass.
Hargo print, but it's old this space Dio.
Come on. Please, still have it. Sweat was pouring down my face, but I didn't bother to wipe it off. There wasn't time. I dug frantically through Dio's coat until... But it's only, like, one shot?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Aha! Found it? Oh. There's only one dose. Injection gun uses the whole bottle at once. Well...
Also, you can only inject one of them anyway.
Yeah, we can only inject one of them anyway, right? Poor Kay. Shit. I can save both of them.
1 minute.
1 minute? Shit. Spun around and shot out of the treatment center. He's moving so fast. Sigma, you gotta have Heelys. That'd help.
3, 2, 1. Chromatic doors closing.
Oh, fuck. Well, that ain't good. No, you gotta be kidding me.
Oh dear.
Sigma.
Ah. We didn't make it in time, huh?
No, not quite.
Fuck. There was a sharp, quick pain in my wrist, barely even noticeable. I couldn't feel anything flowing into my veins, but I knew it was there. First would be the anesthetic Soparil. I love dying. I blinked and my vision started to blur. When I tried to think, it felt like my mind had been stuffed with cotton. My legs began to wobble, then gave out entirely as I crumpled to the floor. Wow, this is like one-to-one the other dialogue from when it happened.
Yeah.
I guess there's no reason it'd be different. Like,
Yeah.
Uchiposhi says, smart writers reuse.
Yeah, exactly. No. I couldn't fall asleep. I had to give one of them the antidote before my bracelet injected me with tubocurarine. With every ounce of strength I could muster, I forced my eyes back open. Kay and Fi lay limp on the floor in front of me.
There are little bells on his belt.
Oh, he do. In my right hand, I could feel the injector gun with its precious cargo. I could only pull the trigger once. Who was I going to choose? Vi or K? No, what was I thinking? There was only one answer. Vi. I didn't even have a choice. After all, K's entire body was covered in impenetrable metal.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, K. Oh. I summoned up as much energy as I could and dragged myself toward 5. After what felt like an eternity, I was finally within arm's reach. Yeah, he doesn't even consider himself.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sigma cool guy.
Respects women sometimes.
Sometimes. That's enough misogyny for the day, though.
when the chips are down, he respects them.
Yeah.
He's a woman respecter under duress.
only under duress. With no time to waste, I pressed the gun to her arm and pulled the trigger. But it's an antidote, though. It's not like... Okay. Like, can you take an antidote before you get injected with poison? Or do you have to take it after? Antidote seems to me to imply post effect.
So the way Clover explained it was to like say it in lay terms as it's an antidote, but it's actually an inhibitor. So it being in your system prevents it from acting. If that makes sense.
Hopefully it stays in your system for a while then.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they have much of a choice because they're gonna be passed out long before it actually injects them with the
that's true.
I injected you with neostigmine. It's a type of cholinesterase inhibitor.
There, I got it. Got it in one, baby.
Hell yeah.
It's the antidote to the muscle relaxant.
Why did you pick me?
Oh.
For saying the word, good.
I get pets.
Because I can't use the injection gun on K. It'd never get through the metal.
Then why didn't you inject yourself?
Guess you've got a point. Honestly, it didn't even cross my mind.
You're the biggest idiot on the planet.
Yeah.
It's such a good dynamic.
It's so good. It's so good.
Hey, come on. Is that any kind of thing to say to somebody who's about to die? How about something more tender?
No. Screw this.
No, fuck you.
Vi hopped up on Soparil Beta. Sigma, you horse's ass.
Do you no goddamn way?
Just kills herself out of shame.
I'm not
How fucking dare you?
gonna.
And she's out.
Voice direction for that scene's really good.
Yeah.
Mm.
Her words slurred and slowed, and her eyes fluttered closed. She wasn't dead, of course. I could hear the faint sound of her breathing and see her chest rise and fall.
Good. Vi's gonna be alright. But, Kay...
I looked over in his direction. That was when I noticed it. Oh, fuck yeah!
Yeah.
Fuck yes! More
You ready?
information! You would think that we would know that. Hey, like, real quick, though, you would think that we would know that already, considering the one where he's fucking dead. We were like, oh, we should try the key on his hole. Right?
Yeah, but it didn't work.
Yeah.
Open.
The whole thing was that his suit was powered, and that like turning it didn't actually get it to jump off.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't powered.
Open up the suit and take.
So it's
Wait.
already set to open.
And then he... But, one could...
Oh! You're right.
But when could he have...
Oh. It's been unlocked this whole fucking time.
Yeah, he's been schmoovin'.
But what if he lied? Could Kay have taken the key? How he'd gotten it didn't really matter anymore. What did matter was that Kay had been able to remove his armor. And he had... Holy shit. Oh wait, that's Sigma. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's so surprised that his voice just jumps up and becomes very
yeah. Holy shit, then that would mean Dio's killer is... Wait. What? I coaxed as much strength as I could through my increasingly lethargic body and crawled toward Kay.
Kay, wake up! Come on, talk to me.
I grabbed his shoulder and shook him until he finally shifted and spoke.
Sigma.
I just need to know one thing. Did you kill Dio? You weren't sleeping, were you?
Oh my god, he was not in his armor!
Yeah!
What the fuck?
Kay's trick.
Kay's fucking trick!
After I left, you took off your armor. You didn't want to go the same way I had, so you took the other door. After you went the long way around through the warehouse and the crew quarters, you headed for the elevator.
Oh my god. Val, you've never seen The Princess Bride? Holy shit. That's a good movie.
You did absolutely do that poison scene. Yeah.
I bumped into
Friggin' stealth master.
Kay is sneak.
I bumped into Phi and we went back to the lounge to check on you.
The K stands for king, as in sneaky king.
Oh, my camera already fucking... Fuck. No, wait, it's working. Never mind. It just glitched out for a second. Woo!
We saw your armor, I guess. By then, you would have been out of it. While we were in the lounge, you went to the treatment room and killed Dio. You must have turned off the oxygen to his pod, although you probably didn't stick around to make sure he died. I'm betting you were in a hurry to get back before Phi and I noticed something was up. Once you got back to floor A, you needed us out of the lounge, so you made a noise in the hall to lure us out.
Oh my fucking god. Sneaky boy.
Then you ran around and took the long way back to the lounge so you could enter through the rear door.
And that is the long way.
That is a very long way.
He's very lucky that they both left and took the elevator.
Yeah.
Instead of going straight back in.
Yeah.
Once you were there, you put your suit on again and waited for us. As soon as we found Dio's body, we did exactly what you'd expected.
Yeah.
You pretended to wake up very disoriented and confused.
Come on, Kay. I'm almost out of time.
Did you kill Dio?
Yes.
Oh, fuck!
Your reasoning is correct. I killed him.
Why?
You don't need to hide it. Everyone would be like, yeah,
I'd be
go
like,
for
fuck
it.
yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I think he wanted to kill him. He was not expecting the bracelet to break.
Oh. Why did it break?
Probably in his death
Presumably he was
throes.
he would have been thrashing around, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense.
In a very confined space, and he's a friggin' wiener, so you know that he was squirming.
He is a total wiener.
Why?
Because I couldn't forgive him. He took the life of someone very important to me. I couldn't.
Who did he kill?
The old woman.
Okay, well, I know who the old woman is now.
Who's the old woman?
The lady who came to his dad's lab.
What?
She was like
Yeah.
mother to me.
There we go.
She showed me how to see meaning in my life.
Wait, so... That's weird.
That's weird.
Because Tenmyoji knows her too. Weird.
Wait, are you saying...
I am. was the woman who came here when I was 18.
Hey, 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 hey.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
What's the operative word here?
Here. Whoa, hold on. What do you mean, here?
Sigma, unfortunately, we are out of time. There's something I have to tell you. I made a promise that you would hear it. You understand? This is very important. You must pay attention.
I am enraptured by every word, Kay.
Cannot forget.
Forget? It wasn't making sense. I was about to die. How on earth would I be remembering anything for more than a few seconds? Don't worry about it.
A lion with two heads devouring the sun. Remember these letters.
Okay.
I-L-K-E-V-O-L-I.
M-I-L.
Like ravioli, but milk.
E-V.
Milk.
Milkavoli.
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 The milkman, that's his name.
Oh my god!
Milkavoli.
It's all connected.
Second gate.
What the hell? Hey, Kay, who told you to tell me this? No, who are you? Show me. Show me who you really are. I grabbed a hold of Kay's mask and tore it off. And off came his entire head. What? That's
surprise.
What? No, that's impossible. That face. It's my face. And you're dead, buddy. I felt a sharp pain in my left wrist and my body collapsed unceremoniously. The second drug. Tubocurine. My vision began to blur and my head felt unnaturally heavy. I fucking knew that, like, the fact that we had not seen Sigma was not just due to budget. Like, I knew that. The world faded away and my consciousness slipped down into the cold, dark waters of nothingness.
So what do you think that means?
K
I want to hear your theory.
K stood for Kigma.
I don't know.
You did get answers, but all of them raised more questions.
Yeah, they did!
Like, we're in a net negative now.
Yeah, like, I didn't learn a single goddamn thing.
Sure you did.
You learn what he looks like.
I did learn what he looks like. I did learn...
You learned about his mommy.
I learned about a password, maybe.
Yeah, you learned about his mommy.
I did learn about his mommy. That's true. Kay, why are you next to Dio? Get out of there. Go. Leave.
Watch him.
It's because he's going to kill him.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
You know what? Dio's dead in the ending. That's a good ending.
That is the best ending. Okay.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Oh, what? No, why did I push that button?
Luka!
Why did I do that to myself?
How many times have you seen this start?
Too many.
At the start of every stream, and then I think every second time we've reached
Yes.
I hope, like, it's a good thing that, like, you know, we talk through it, because otherwise, like, you would be seeing stuff you're not supposed to see yet.
What?
I mean, like, before you saw the stuff like the burning crosses and the outside of the facility. And
I'll see it. The chat's right. Yeah, unannounced twin. That's a mystery rule violation.
Good job, Buchikoshi. I'm so proud of you.
It's so
Do you, think
good.
you, you think he was nearly done with the game and then like saw those rules and was like, I need to break all of them.
He's
I need
like,
to add in one or
oh
two.
fuck, yeah, I need to do this. Okay. Wait. Okay. Wait. Okay. Let me think. Let me sit here and think. I feel like. Okay. What the fuck does any of that have to do with anything? Like, okay. Okay. I'm gonna do. Okay. So I'm gonna do a little connections grid here.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I'm doodling on my own on my notepad. So there's K is connected to Lady. Connected to Miyoji.
Connected to Dio in a roundabout way.
Miyoji is connected to Lady. Lady and Tenmyoji are both connected, obviously. So yeah, exactly. I gotta sit and think. Think. Winnie the Pooh's public domain. I can be him now. Okay, so the K is also obviously connected to Sigma somehow. But we don't know in what capacity. Or if
Sigma definitely does.
or if that is even a connection. I'm gonna put a question mark next to that arrow. He also connected to what do we call this? I don't know. This place. What do we call this place?
The facility?
Yes. The facility. Okay. So this is where Kay grew up.
Yes.
That is the implication, yeah.
And the old lady is the woman who was like his mom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tenmyoji knows this lady. Which could mean that Clover also knows who Tenmyoji is. Interesting. I have to add that.
Did she say she knew him, or just said he said something that she like was like, "Oh, I trust."
She told him. He told her who he really is. And that made her trust him.
Yeah. Clover specifically says that Tenmyoji said something that let on to who he really is, quote unquote.
Yes.
Whatever that means.
Yeah. So Clover has some connection to Tenmyoji, or at least is like knows about him, right?
Right.
So I don't know what the deal with Quark is. So I'm gonna just like circle Quark.
That's Max in his hat.
Put a question mark. Okay. Sigma looks. K looks like Sigma. We have not seen what Sigma looks like, though.
I mean, aside from the illustrations.
Aside from the stuff that's in the past. Right? Have we even seen what he looks like in like the results screen stuff?
He doesn't show up on the results screen.
No. So we haven't seen like all the mirrors are like fucked up and dirty. There was even that one scene where it's like a surveillance camera shot of like K knocking him and Phi out. I think that was what happened. And we couldn't really see Sigma's face in that all that well, right?
I mean, the camera was really far away. It was pretty pixelated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
you saw like the jumpsuit. That was pretty much it.
I don't know if Sigma is an unannounced twin or if it's like, because like Quark said something. I'm still hung up on that thing that Quark said.
What's that?
That he has to get out of this body. But I don't know.
That could just be Radical 6.
That could just be Radical 6 being fucked up. And like, if his body processing all this information really, really slowly. So like existence is like suffering, right?
Yeah. Plus, like Clover alluded to Free the Soul being the ones who, wanted to
Yeah.
kick off the Radical Six apocalypse, and their entire thing is freeing the soul from impurity and
Right.
it's just flawed human form.
I have to add free the soul. Clover is connected. Well, not connected. But like.
Yeah, her and Alice are investigating.
And Dio is obviously connected to free. And Dio killed. Or K killed. An X on. God.
It really does underline how absolutely livid K was. That like he was willing to let himself die if it meant that he could kill Dio on the way out.
Yeah, no shit, huh?
Mm.
So, as far as we know, Dio doesn't have any connection to anybody within the facility.
Yeah, it wasn't even supposed to be there.
He wasn't even supposed to be here. Why? Okay. It's really curious that both Kay and the old lady were brought here. Like, why? I guess ultimately we don't know why any of us are here.
Yeah, aside from to play a Nonary game.
Yeah, and that makes it hard to really piece things together in any definitive way. Because if I had some idea why we're here, then I'd be like, oh, okay, this is why these specific people are here. How did Clover and Alice get into the Nonary game if it's literally their... Oh, no, they weren't... No, this wasn't their mission.
They were kidnapped, yeah.
They were kidnapped. Yeah, their mission was to foil Free the Soul.
On Christmas Day, yeah.
On Christmas Day, and they were kidnapped 2 days before. Huh. But they now think this is somehow related to their mission, is the thing. Or something. Because they're kind of acting like that. Okay. Yeah, I can't make any definitive calls yet. I'm definitely at a point where I'm like, I'm feeling like I have information that could help me figure things out. But at the same time, it's like, the answers that I have are actually just raising more questions as well.
But it's a good thing we have the cascade set up so you can get even more questions and more answers.
Yeah. I'm going to skip through this one because I think... Yeah.
Alice die, Clover picks up axe. That's the summary of this bit.
Right.
So nice we did it twice.
Those infected by Radical 6 eventually develop a powerful urge to commit suicide. Suddenly, Clover moved. I leapt forward and clapped my hand around her wrist.
What are you doing?
Clover, listen to me. Alice wasn't killed. Nobody murdered her. She took her own life.
I like how nobody ever considered that to be a possibility, actually.
Yeah. They're like, listen, if I look that good, would I do that to myself? I don't think so.
There's no way she did it.
They have already seen the old lady, so like...
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
But they're kind of looking for a killer.
Wait, have we? Yes, we have. We just didn't see the old lady in the right path. Right.
Yeah.
So we have... Was this locked? Was this locked before?
No, that was unlocked.
That was unlocked?
It was unlocked when we started the stream, yeah. But like, you got it last stream.
Right.
It's true. She stabbed herself in the heart with a scalpel.
Right. Where'd she get the scalpel then?
Well...
I did hear someone come into the infirmary right after the 8
Oh. Now my camera did break. Cool. Love this app.
Game ended.
Hold on. Lila thinks Maggie Simpson did it. I agree.
Ooh.
Compelling.
Who's Maggie Simpson in this case? Zero the Third?
No, it's Maggie Simpson.
Oh, just she's here in the vents.
Maggie Simpson is Zero Senior.
She's in the vents.
She killed Laura Palmer, and now we need Columbo. It's simple.
Oh, she did kill Laura Palmer. I believe it.
He bonked her on the head with a mallet and a hammer like Homer Simpson. She was wrapped in plastic because that was her shower curtain.
Oh, it makes sense.
Was that before I showed up?
Yes. I got up to see who it was, but they were already gone. It could have been Alice.
So she could have taken the scalpel then.
Yes, I think so.
You're lying! This is all a lie! It has to be!
It's not. It's the
Then
truth.
why did she do it? Why would Alice kill herself?
She probably didn't have a reason.
What?
She'd been infected with Radical 6. That's what killed her.
You just said she killed herself!
Okay, now we're just getting into semantics here, Clover.
Just tell me the truth!
I am.
Then prove it! Your 10 seconds ran out a long time ago. So if you don't have any proof...
Just bring her to the infirmary and check out her body.
I do. I have proof. There was a journal in the lab, wasn't there, Kay? Show it to me.
Journal?
It would have been in the safe.
Oh, well, Alice would have it then.
Oh, perfect.
Can you... I don't feel right touching a dead woman's body. Can you take a look?
Sure.
Her hands
Where
barely...
would she keep a journal?
Where would she keep a journal?
In her Victoria's Secret compartment.
You know. You know.
She wears her jacket to conceal a backpack.
Oh.
Where she keeps her applesauce.
She really has a one-piece torso. Sorry.
Her hands barely shook as she quickly searched through Alice's clothing. It was only seconds before she stopped. She slowly and carefully drew something out. There it was, the journal, that I somehow knew existed. Vi turned to hand it to me, but I shook my head.
You read it? It's in Latin. I can't make heads or tails of it.
She cocked an eyebrow at me and flipped a small book open. When she looked back up at me, it was with both suspicion and surprise.
Yeah, it is Latin, but translating this is impossible. It's full of words I've never heard before. I can barely understand any of this.
Page 216.
Huh?
Turn to page 216. You should be able to read that one.
Vi's frown deepened, but she did as I'd suggested. I watched her eyes quickly scan the page before looking up at me with renewed suspicion.
Yeah, I can read this page. How did you know? No, wait. How did you even know there was a journal in the lab?
Don't worry about it, it's fine.
I just knew.
You just knew. Come on.
Look, just read it, okay? Clover wants to hear what it has to say. Right?
Yeah.
Right. Give me a moment to look it over.
After a few moments of whispering to herself in Latin, Vi began to translate, paraphrasing the contents of the journal. At this point, couldn't Vi just say whatever the fuck she wanted? Like, it's not like Clover can read it.
Though I guess implicit here is that Sigma knows more than he's letting on and would probably know if I started making shit up.
Yeah, that's true. He'd call her on her bullshit. Radical 6 reduces the processing speed of the brain by a factor of the root of 1/6. One of the symptoms of Radical 6 infection is an overwhelming urge to commit suicide. Research has shown that it would probably respond to the right sort of antiviral medication, but no one has been able to develop one yet. Nearby towns are filled with corpses of people who took their own lives. The uninfected have only barely managed to survive, but have been sent into underground shelters supervised by the government.
Oh Lord, please. Let their future be a bright one.
Vi shut the journal with a soft slap. We have to start recording. The bitrate's going soggy. A sickly silence drifted through the room. The newspaper article, the recording, the conversation with Ten Miyoji, and now this journal entry. There was no more hiding from the truth. The pandemic had already happened. Yeah, bud? Uh-huh.
Would you want to be having this whole conversation next to the body of someone who died from Radical 6?
Yeah, that's a super good idea, right? Like, oh no, we all have it now. Whoops. All of Clover's rage suddenly dissipated, and she collapsed to the floor, tears pouring down her face. None of us had the heart to say anything, and for several long moments, the only sound in the room was Clover's sobs. Fuck, man. That sucks.
That's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy.
We've got a problem. It's almost time for the primary doors to open.
Yeah, only 10 minutes left?
Sorry, but I'll be taking Alice's bracelet. Vi and I won't be able to open the secondary door without it.
So she was a magenta pear, just like me.
Just now noticed that, did you?
As he spoke, Dio grabbed the bracelet off the floor and dropped it into his pocket.
What color is your bracelet, Luna?
I'm a cyan pear.
You are part of Clover's pair, then. That means the two of you will need to come with me.
I guess so. Come on now, Clover. We need to go.
Clover's gonna be so cooperative. You guys have
She
fun
is
with
Luna.
You guys have fun with that.
Alice would want you to survive, wouldn't she? You'll never be able to figure out why all this happened if you stay here. Please.
You're right. Alice, I promise I'll find out what happened to you.
Wait. We know what happened to her.
I'll figure out who Zero really is. I mean, if you'd never been locked up in here, you never would have... This never would have happened.
Well, we don't know that.
So it's like Zero killed you.
Well... Alright. You know what? However you have to cope about this, it's fine.
I promise. I'll avenge you.
This is all
Avengers
Zero's fault,
theme.
Copium.
Clover stood up and rubbed her hands roughly over her eyes, smearing tears across her cheeks. Then, with a determined frown, she strode out of the room.
Alright, we're out of time. Move, people.
You guys head on down to the Floor B warehouse. We'll catch up with you later.
Oh, right. Quark's got the yellow bracelet, which makes him your partner, right?
Can't exactly leave him behind.
Nope.
Without him, we'd end up stuck in the 8B room. Okay, let's go. We'll see the rest of you once we've picked up Quark. Wait, what? What do you mean we'd end up stuck in the AB room?
I don't think they know that not voting just automatically.
No, they should.
They should know.
They should,
They should know. We're this far in.
Don't you always
what
get
does
it in
that
the
mean?
first puzzle?
Yeah.
Get
You be
the
stuck
feeling
after
that-
the airbase.
I think it means that they didn't mean AB room here at all. Actually, I think
they meant the chromatic door.
Yeah, and the chromatic door, and the primary door.
Yeah.
Very well. Until we meet again.
Oh, I'm so full from watching them walk everywhere.
Yum.
Yum. Cry about it.
Quark, you're awake.
Yeah, I just woke up.
Uh-huh.
Hey,
I think this is the
where's
timeline where he's already been
everybody else?
administered the Excalibur.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. that makes this less scary.
He still has a knife cat kind of thing going on there.
He does.
God, that really feels like Sigma jumping across times and being like, "Oh my God, Quark!" and then like, "Oh no, wait, no, this is fine."
No, wait, yeah, no, I remember where I am. Okay, cool. Tenmyoji's entire body shook with emotion as he drew closer to him. He cautiously laid a trembling hand on the boy's shoulder, almost as if he were afraid Quark would disappear in a puff of smoke the moment he was touched. Hey, I'm just now realizing that we still haven't had any expansion on Alice being a mummy, and I love that.
Yeah.
When Quark proved to indeed be corporeal, Tenmyoji let out a cry and threw his arms around him. Aww. Yay!
What's wrong? Are you okay, Grandpa?
Oh, he cry.
He's crying.
He big cry. That's Ghibli crying, baby.
Nothing's wrong. I'm fine.
But
Quark gave him a puzzled look. Tenmyoji didn't even notice. His face was a mixture of happiness and relief, and I could see tears twinkling from the wrinkled corners of his eyes. All traces of his usual gruff stoicism had vanished. I didn't want to interrupt such a happy reunion, but we were running out of time. Still, Tenmyoji deserved a few minutes. I left him alone. Aw, Sigma good guy. At last, Tenmyoji seemed to recover and shifted from an embrace to a protective arm around the shoulder.
So, how are you feeling?
Feeling? Well, okay, I guess. Was I sick or something?
Yeah.
No.
My son Quark, he had every disease.
If you feel fine, then you're fine.
Huh?
God.
I'm sorry. I should never have gotten you involved in all this.
What are you apologizing for?
Hey, what is that? Oh, right. Zero. He made a deal with Zero, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're doing it again. Are you sure you're okay? So, where's
Are we
everybody
gonna get
else?
to do a room with Quark?
Mr.
He's
Sigma's
paired with
here,
Tenmyoji.
but he's
Holy
just
shit.
been
Biggest
sitting
twist
there
the whole
looking kinda
time.
silly.
I gave him a nervous smile and explained about the white doors. I got the feeling Tenmyoji didn't want Quark to know about Radical 6, so I avoided any mention of it. Alice's death was something I also left for later. Man, that'll be fun.
Okay, that makes sense. That means I'm on a team with you guys, right?
Sure.
Right.
So, these white doors, when are they gonna open?
Like right now.
Well, we've got about 4 minutes until the primary doors open.
Oh, that's not good. We need to hurry. Come on. How do we get to the floor B warehouse?
Okay, we're going.
Follow me.
I almost said that like fucking... Oh, this is a reference nobody here will get. Like fucking Honeydew and fucking Shadow of Israfel, baby.
Is in fact a reference I do not get.
I
Yeah,
figured.
sorry.
That is the series that the Yogscast did in Minecraft. 'Cause I am a nerd. Yeah, Lila, fuck yeah! I appreciate you.
Suddenly has mod powers. Like, more of them.
Chromatic 5.
Wow.
You're late. Where the hell have you been?
Shut the fuck up!
Quark?
What's...
Who is this again?
I lived, bitch.
Like, you're not supposed to be here.
I am also relieved to see you well again.
Me too.
Hey, happy face.
Okay, happy face, good.
What are you talking
All these happy faces are so adorable.
Yeah.
Clover looks a bit stoned, but
She
everyone
looks.
else.
She always looks a bit
Listen.
stoned.
She just needed one or two more faces because every time she's screaming with the happy face, it's a bit.
It's a bit
Yeah.
weird. Everybody's favorite character that they put the least amount of effort into her face. I looked out at the others from behind Quark and held a warning finger up to my lips. There were a few momentarily raised eyebrows and some nervous coughing as everyone suddenly fell silent.
Huh?
From Quark's perspective, it must have seemed especially odd.
Anyway, there isn't any time left.
Hey, we gotta go!
We need to hurry.
But there are 3 doors.
Which team goes into which door?
All of the doors are identical for this round. I believe it doesn't matter which team uses which door.
Then we're taking the one in the middle.
Why that one?
You want a kill shot, you aim for the center.
Okay.
You're more likely to just
Completely
miss the
nonsense.
extremities.
That logic is flawed and more than slightly distorted.
I love you.
Unfortunately, I don't really
He's
have
good.
a counter argument, so center door it is.
I don't know enough about guns to counter this argument.
I wish Dia picked left and just wouldn't explain why. That would be funny.
Okay. I mean, we could go with the other one if you want.
Kay and Clover only nodded.
There's only one left.
The door on the right.
Any objections? All right, let's move.
Lady.
30 seconds remain.
I understood that reference.
Hurry it up, Vi.
Oh, any objections, lady? Like the fusion.
Metroid Fusion.
Oh.
I know.
It's time we were going as well.
Right. Sure.
God, Clover's heart is so in it, huh? Come on,
Listen,
guys.
always
Time to
the
wait.
Going through some shit right now.
She's going through it.
Let's go.
2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
Oh, I have to do puzzles today, don't I?
Yep.
Maybe
Oh,
I'm losing
fuck.
puzzles. You could just leave it and not do the puzzle yet, but
I
that
could-
seems kind of.
I could just not stream. That's an option. Wait, hold on. Never mind. Wait, no, wait. What?
Pink balloon jump scare.
Mm.
Oh, I thought that was something that didn't have a texture, like it was in the fucking Source engine.
Zero didn't install Arma 3.
he didn't think he'd reach this one yet. He's still finishing it.
It's like, ah, fuck, the download's still going, guys. Come on.
I swear the texture pack is about to be installed. Just give me a minute.
Just give me a sec.
What's this place?
Probably the office of whoever it is that's running this place.
It said director's office on the door.
It did. You can read.
This might be Zero Senior's office.
Maybe. Or maybe not.
Well, which is it?
Why the hell would I know?
Fair.
We should look around.
Yeah.
If this really is Zero Senior's room, there might be some clues.
Yeah, you got a point. Let's get started then.
We have to do an escape room with Quark.
Yeah.
Biggest plot
Boy.
twist.
We're gonna see if he is a boy detective. I want him to be a boy detective so bad. Huh.
Hey, don't worry about that.
Yeah, you know, I'm not gonna worry about that.
It's all the baseball players from the
Oh my
next
god, is
baseball
that
game.
Slate?
What, the 4?
I want to get a diamond key. It's like Resident Evil 2. What? Huh? What? Oh. Okay. Fucking got me.
You talked to him for so little that you're like, is he?
Yeah, like, is he? I don't know. Like, god damn it, that didn't work. Yeah, bud. There was a bottle on it. We just took it. Thank you for your insight. Oh. Oh no. Books. Not a fan. Huh. Minus. Yeah, let's just give up. Fuck yeah, I love that. I love that vibe.
Yoji's philosophy.
Hmm. No. So cruel. Okay. Huh. Wonder if... That's a shapes.
Rhombus.
Oh. Why? That is, in fact, where that goes. Oh, I got a globe. Oh, what? A world map.
Oh, the purple's in Australia.
Aw.
Sorry.
That's my girlfriend.
It's in northern Queensland, though.
Oh, Fate, I wouldn't wish on anyone. Sorry for the, like, infinitesimal chance as a Queensland viewer.
Not likely.
I'm gonna get Boken to watch a Catgirl stream.
Glad you understand the parlance. Like,
how could I not? If we were 4 years into knowing each other and I still didn't know the parlance, you would probably smack me in the face.
no, I would never do such a thing. Imagine charging your phone from that outlet, it's just hanging.
Yeah, that sucks. Insert. This doesn't have a battery, huh? Why do I have a slingshot?
Sure, Quark could do pranks.
Does he have a balloon?
Well, that didn't do anything. Oh, another angle? What's this? Grandpa videos.
I don't know why, I just love the phrase grandpa videos.
Ah, I see. Okay, I have
3, baby.
Round 3. That's
just one of these again.
Oh, there's only 3 of them that are connected, though.
Yeah.
So, purple.
Watermelon, freezing cold, and your little honeybee.
What?
Yellow and purple.
Uh-huh. Interesting. I will simply not acknowledge what you said, but do not die of blushing.
Yeah, the same.
Okay.
As I think Luka might be gay.
What? Hold on.
What?
Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah.
Now you've trapped the pink one.
Oh, fuck, you're right. Oh, no! Ah! Oh! I get pets.
Kitty scritches.
Ooh. Okay, so I do need the cyan one as well. I do need the cyan one.
Yeah, you need to get that to make your cool ice Gatorade.
What does cyan have to go to? The white?
White.
Ah, fuck!
And pink has to go to green, so it might be best to do purple and yellow. Leave the best for last in this case, and then do the other 2 first.
Okay, so I need to do...
If you go left, he'll cut off purple entirely, so it's probably best to go up instead.
Yeah, so if I go... No, this cuts it off entirely. 2.
Does it?
Yeah. Wait.
You can go through the middle of purple as well.
Wait, you're right.
Yay.
I'm so fucking
Hell
smart.
yeah.
Brain huge.
Thank Thank you, Val, for pets too, by the way. I don't want to snub you.
Goat pets.
Ah!
Here.
I hate it.
Mark's like, what?
A bindeer. I hate it. You have found page 1 of the business card. Oh, what? Just tell me I found the business card instructions. Wait. Oh, shut up. Fuck you.
You didn't think it'd be that easy, did you?
There, deer go there. That's an E, baby. Okay, fuck, fine. Hold on. We're gonna do this really quick. Oh, it doesn't still say poop. Chris. John. Tony. Oh, that one. No, I can't have that one be a thing. Nope. Has to be moderately nice looking. Ian. This one's just gonna be Mike.
Oh, Mike.
Okay. So I will move them. Oh, I hate you. Why are they not perfect?
You can probably make the 4x3 grid just looking at it, like green line down to help you kind of like visualize it if you need.
What?
So like you can draw in the grid
I
here.
can draw the grid. You're right.
Yeah, because there's someone on every row and column if I'm looking at this right.
You're right. I'll just do like bop, 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 and go like this. Yeah, that's fine.
Beautiful.
Bam!
There we go.
You're so smart, Worfy.
Thank you.
Chris, John, and Ian. So those are the ones that are easy.
Yeah.
Now I have to do logic puzzle.
Yep.
Carol likes being on the left and prefers to be near Bob. Ellen would like to be above Anne. Sophie likes to be on the very right. Kate likes to be next to Michael.
So you can look at that clue
no, yeah,
and
I can look at that
and
and yeah, you're right. Carol likes being on the left.
That means she could be in either the two that are on the left hand side that are empty. So maybe put like C question mark next to both of those.
Hold on, I can riddle this out myself. Okay. Anne likes to be near Bob. So no. Wait, hold on. The next immediate hint made it clear. No, wait, that was right. Wait, no, is that right? What? Hold on. Anne likes to be near Bob. Wait, no, Carol. No, Carol can be. What am I? No, Carol can't be there. That's the thing. Carol can still be here, though. I'll say A. Sophie likes to be on the very right. Oh. So this would... What? Wait. Oh, I got yeah. So if you can go here. Whoops. That's a really bad ass.
It was the cool ass.
It was the cool ass. And then Kate here. K.
A.
So. Oh, Kate's already there. E. A. No.
Oh wow.
Oh my god, I did it.
You do it.
I'm so fucking smart.
Algebra.
There's an alphabet
right.
here.
The shapes. Book 334. Okay. Smart ass. Three.
Also, I'd die if I had to read 4 different literature analysis books.
I would die.
Just take me 0.
Oh, Sigma. Okay, so we gotta put books here in a certain order then.
332 or 334 rather.
Oh wait. There's 3 books and then 4 books. That not do anything? Oh, it's a H.
H.
Ooh.
So there's H, E. Oh, we haven't found a head for that guy. How do I pop this? Oh. Yeah. No? Okay.
So you don't even need anything. If, like, if you're determined, you can just pop a balloon.
Yeah. Okay. I just haven't looked at this yet. Not that I can do anything with it, I'm pretty sure. The keyboard's not working? Huh.
Did you try messing around with the drawer on the desk? I can't remember if that opens or not.
Let's stab the deer.
Oh,
you, you shoved the spear in it.
Yep. That'll do it.
What else needed a key? Isn't this scroll thing broken? Hold on.
Is the what? Sorry?
Discord link. Oh, it is. Huh.
Is that the one of the ones you deactivated after you had that really pathetic attempt at a hate raid this summer?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on. I can make a new one. How do you invite people to it? There we go. Fire after. Oh. Here. Here, a new one. Also, I should go change that in the bot really quick. That is a quick fix. Oh wait, I have it open, right? Let's go edit the script. I smart and know how a robot works.
Sounds like something a robot would say.
Huh? What? No. Never.
How many bosses in the image, Luca?
3. Open. That should be good. All right, back to video game. I should click. I managed to turn it on, huh? Cool. Gamb. Gender mismatch. We need a lady.
The true question is this thing gender essentialist? Is this a bio essentialist machine?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, apparently not.
Good.
Oh! Quark trans?
Quark egg breaking live on camera.
In the death game.
Just presses both of his butt cheeks against it. Oh! Oh!
Oh!
Oh!
It's such a weird one because it's not really a puzzle. And
No, it's not. You could just
you just get screwed if you hit it with the wrong people.
Yeah, you could just not be able to solve this.
Considering I'm pretty sure Zero the Third is in control of the pairings, so he's probably like, I'll just make sure that this guy gets through here.
But literally any set of 3 could have walked in because all the doors are the same.
What the fuck?
Ooh.
Oh my god, I laughed so hard that my mic peaked.
It's alright, Luka peaked as well.
Hey, y'all. What the fuck? What? Like what? Like what? Like what? Like what? Like what?
I don't know.
I don't understand the question.
It's just a picture of some girl, Luka. What's wrong?
Yeah. Okay. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Oh my god. You getting those answers you wanted? I think she blue screen. Someone reboot her.
You there, Luka?
Yeah.
How you doing?
I don't know.
Brain is full of fuck.
I love that that's just in a puzzle. Like,
not even voice, just it's extremely nonchalant.
Hold on, I'm just gonna put a name next to 10 Miyojis real quick with a lot of question marks. Because is 10 Miyoji this character?
Do you think Tenmyoji is a first name or a last name?
Oh, fuck! Oh my god! I didn't even think of that! Okay.
I should point out that Tenmyoji is actually like an entirely unique name. It was made up for this game.
Okay.
Like, I mean, like that's the character's actual name, but like in the development diaries,
It's just that it's not a name that exists outside of this game.
he slammed 4 characters together and liked how they sounded.
I'm sure the fact that it has a 10 in it has absolutely no meaning or like implication.
Who knows?
P. The lies of. Oh.
All right.
Okay. Ha!
Ha! Everyone should have a I'm pressing a button sound.
Absolutely. Oh no.
I still think about Luna's like, yeah, so often.
Yeah!
Oh no. My headphone cable got stuck in my rolly wheels.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It's fine. I just have to scoot forward again. Ah! Everything is falling apart. My life is over.
No.
Okay, I have a helmet. I'm gonna wear it now.
The music in this room has always creeped me out a lot.
Why?
It just sounds like a woodpecker or something in the distance.
It does kind of just sound like a woodpecker, huh?
Like, in a really ominous way. Like, I don't know how to describe it.
I was literally trying to do that, Tenmyoji. That's H-E-L-P. What's the rhombus?
Good question. Did you look at the tablet since you came back out?
Oh, I have not looked at the tablet since I came back out. Good point. Wait, no. Oh! Use the tablet with the slingshot so I can pop the balloon. Instant.
Ominous.
On site. Oh, that's the password. What do you mean, what's this? It's your third one. Okay. Balloon. Oh, this is on now. The silhouette puzzle called the Tangram.
Oh.
I'm not gonna read the instructions. Oh fuck, I should have read the instructions.
Never change.
What am I? Oh. What am I? A rhombus?
A rhombus.
A rhombus.
Rongus?
A rongle?
A rongle.
Moon time.
It's moon time. You wanna? Let's gonna.
I'll buy.
I hate this. Move that. Let's just move things. I'm allowed to do that. How am I gonna make a shape?
I do have some suggestions if you would like them at any point.
Okay.
I'm looking at the solution literally right now.
So I do gotta make a rhombus.
That's correct.
What does a rhombus look like?
Back out and look at the brandy.
No. Absolutely not.
Like a parallelogram, kind of.
Yeah, it's a rectangle, but you like move the top, so like the left and right sides are slanted. Yeah.
Oh, it's a rectangle, but it's tuned for lean.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
Correct.
That'd be perfect.
I remember it being pretty generous.
Yeah.
So yeah, just make it look like the shape on the middle left there.
On the what?
Oh yeah, you literally got a shape there that's like a rhombus.
Where?
Bottom left.
Below the square.
That one. Yep.
Okay.
That is basically the shape you want to go for.
This feels very
Not
high.
specifically.
This
Oh,
feels
sorry, go
very
on.
high stakes. I feel like I'm defusing a bomb right now. Oh, this is not gonna work here, is it? I feel like it should. What if it just did, though? That'd be super cool if that just worked. In that spot. It mostly does. Right? Good enough. Probably not good enough, but whatever. We'll deal with it. What? Why is this so finicky to fucking control? Oh, it's because I'm playing VLR. That is not going to do it. Well... Hey, I hate this.
Would you like a suggestion?
Yes.
Okay. So I think it's probably better that I just like paste in an image to talk about what I'm talking about. But the best way to approach this is take the two biggest triangles, move them to the outside of the shape you want to make, and then the center is just a square. Like this.
Oh.
That does help. You can also hit reset or retry.
I don't know if I need to.
I don't have to.
Or hell, you don't even need to place the biggest triangles right now. You can move them over to the left and just make a cube out of it.
I can just make a square right now, can't I?
Yeah.
Somehow.
Probably better than like putting them in positions and then going, wait, this doesn't fit, and thinking the things have to line up in ways they don't.
This is a square right now. Can you just use that?
I wish.
Okay. Wait, what? You know what? I'm gonna have to do this just to get like a idea for the spacing. Having this as a frame of reference just makes sense to me.
Yeah, putting it against one triangle is not a bad idea.
Wait, hold on. If I do this, and then like, that's too much. But if I were to do this, like a big brain genius, I'm so fucking smart and I know my shapes. It's a triangle, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to double check. I knew it. I just wanted to make sure you knew it.
Of course.
Okay. How am I going to make a square out of a triangle and a rhombus?
That's a good question.
I think the answer here is that I'm not.
Not with what you've laid out just there, no.
No. This feels like nothing.
Yeah, that feels like it's not gonna...
Yeah. That, well, no, that's nothing. Okay. Rhombus. You get in here. It's your turn. Oh, that's a good. That feels a good. Does it?
I don't really feel a good.
Not quite.
I hate shapes.
Oh. Almost. Almost in the rhombus hole.
What?
I said almost in the rhombus hole.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you said something like that.
You can't just say rhombus hole.
Yeah.
I just said rhombus hole several times.
She did in fact say rhombus hole several times. This doesn't feel right. I'm looking at the shapes that I'm gonna have to make. Come on.
Yeah, I will say if the sides of the shapes don't line up like in terms of length, it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
So in that case, like that side of the is a bit too long.
This is the same situation that I had before.
Right.
So then...
What do you call this kind of puzzle again? Like a tangram?
Yeah.
Tangram. That feels... This feels good, though. This feels like something.
I will say you're definitely on the right track with this.
This definitely doesn't fit.
I will give you a hint, though. Swap the square and the triangle's positions.
Oh. Oh.
And then turn that.
Hold on. You know, I know it doesn't have to be perfect, but, like, my brain...
That's definitely fair.
My brain. Okay, and then square, come over here.
Yeah. But rotate the triangle so that it's, like, point out the other way. Yeah.
Hey, I hate this puzzle, just for the record.
I was never good at tangrams. I remember having to do them in grade school, and even then I sucked at them. I'm just not good with like shapes and spaces and directions. Just like general spatial stuff, I'm bad at.
Shapes is bad. Shapes is bad, I think.
I'm pretty good with shapes, but I will say doing a digital version of this puzzle is like I think a thing that helps me with these is always like the tactile physical space all these things take up.
Yeah, I feel like that would help a lot.
Yeah.
Shapes. I love shape. That feels like something, maybe.
Yeah.
Not quite. There we go. Does that feel like something?
Well, you've got two pieces to make a square out of. And you've got a big side on the right to potentially... Oh.
Oh, hey, look at that. Did I just fucking do it?
See, you know what the kind of amazing thing about this puzzle is?
What?
You just did it, and it's nothing like the solution that I have in my hand right now.
What?
I'm looking at here.
Yeah. This is definitely one of those puzzles that has like a ton of different solutions.
Babes,
Do you have
am I right?
Yeah. Do you have an image of the solution you're looking at, Mina? I'm actually super curious.
I'm also curious.
It's part of like a text guide, so it's like there's like an ACI image.
Oh.
Right. Well, I'll paste it in the chat anyway.
Oh.
Did it?
Who's the man?
Who the man? Thanks, Tenmyoji. I feel like they specifically put a lot of congratulatory nonsense in there because they knew that one sucked.
Yeah.
Ilp.
Oh. Oh, the large triangles back to back with the parallelogram making up the right side. I see.
What the?
That is not a good image of that.
That is not a great. That is not a great image. L equal large.
We are probably talking game FAQs, I presume.
That's Steam.
No, it's actually Steam guides, yeah.
Oh, Steam guides, yep. Yeah. Can't you upload images to those, though?
Yeah, you can. You absolutely fucking can.
Yeah.
Hey, why do I have a slingshot?
Sit in the chair. Take a load off. Have a sit.
Oh, I see what this is. It's just letting me see the actual letters, right?
Yeah, but your brain's so enormously huge that you managed to figure it out without any problems whatsoever.
I don't even have ammo for the slingshot. Thanks, man. Did they really think this was necessary?
This reeks to me of playtester intervention.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you need a fixed perspective to look at all these. You can't assume people are just gonna intuit this one.
Was it a moon in this here? Fuck. No, it was a star. I know my shapes.
As established.
Yeah, you did prove that. Concretely.
I am aware of what a shape is. Sun. Fuck yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, I thought it had been 51 minutes. It's been an hour and 51 minutes. What? Really?
No, it's only 9:46 and we didn't get started until like past 8:10. It's been like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
It says it's been an hour and 50 minutes that I've been live.
Yeah, you started the stream like 5 to 12 p.m. my time, and it's now 1:46.
What the
But
fuck?
we didn't start for like 15 minutes or something initially.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Time do be flying, but not that fast.
Wait. No, it makes sense. No, that time makes sense. I would have started the stream at like 5:50 something, and now it is 7:46.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The good thing I noticed, I wouldn't have felt comfortable going to piss if it was 50 minutes. But I can now comfortably go make piss because it's been almost 2 hours.
Yeah. You mean just like you made piss in the last stream? Literally. You alchemized it.
I did alchemize piss in the last VLR stream. That's true. I did it with feed.
No.
Pardon? Hey, let's actually take a break.
Okay.
This seems like as good a time as any because we're definitely about to get into some shit.
And Miyoji said no more progress. Time to piss.
Time to piss. All right, I'll be back.
Catch you in a bit.
Yeah.
Sigma got kidnapped on Christmas 2028. I don't know what you're talking about.
Fuck.
Oh, completely unrelated, but as we were going to break, I realized I didn't mute my microphone before yelling.
I noticed
at some point.
I was literally in the process of like, I'm just gonna mute Worthy for him. And then you realized that you were not muted and did it.
Yeah. Yeah. So sorry to everyone's ears. I misclicked.
It wasn't that. It wasn't that.
Okay. Pat.
Thank you, Charles.
Pat.
Pat. I'm just a kitty cat.
It was adorable.
Damn it!
What's wrong?
I left something in the director's office.
You sure did, buddy.
What was it?
The picture. Ugh, how could I forget it?
Oh, yeah, we must have set it down after using the face recognition thing.
Yeah, I'm going back. You two go on ahead to the warehouse.
I want to come with you.
Nah.
Me too.
Why don't you head back to the warehouse, Sigma? The others are probably already waiting.
Alright. I'll see you two later then.
Right.
Bye, Mr. Sigma.
Aw, I like Court. He's a good kid.
He's a very good kid.
I watched them jog off toward the blue door. Okay. Hey. But we're not under a time crunch right now, huh? That's nice. And then they were gone.
Guess I should be getting back then.
I have so many thought. My brain is so full from thought. I am simply thinking.
Brain has been activated.
Brain is alive with thought. Whoa. I stepped into the warehouse to find all the other teams already there. Thinking is dangerous, don't do it. Yeah, I know. Wait, hold on. You know what? I just realized that this whole time, a lot of my alert stuff has been underneath the Streamcast stuff, so I'm gonna fix it.
What?
That bothers me. Oh! Big friends. Okay. You underneath. I'll just do. Pop. Fixed. Good. Kay and Luna, Vi and Clover, and Dio.
All my friends. Dio.
All my friends and Dio. The moment Dio spotted me, he dashed over to the rightmost AB room and slid his card through the reader. I hate this man.
I do like to imagine him standing like an impatient child right next to the reader.
Just like bouncing up and down like constantly. Like he's got to pee really bad. Two Milkmen Go comedy! As he turned to look at me, I swore I saw a flash of a smug grin. Yeah, no shit.
Happy? This time I waited for you to get back before I opened it.
I want to go back to the timeline where you're dead.
You see, I can be considerate.
Let me tell you about hate.
There we go.
Again, legitimately impressive how dedicated they are to to how much of a scumbag Dio is.
I have to get the stink lines.
Important.
That was cathartic.
I'm glad.
But Tenmyoji and Quark aren't here?
Yeah, where are they?
I guess they forgot something back in the room we found. They ran back to grab it real quick.
And they'll be here in a few minutes. No big deal.
While we waited, we exchanged information about the rooms we'd investigated. Fortunately, none of it seemed very useful. None of us had found anything, and we were no closer to unraveling any of the increasing number of mysteries we were faced with. That's not true. You just don't know it. With that discussion exhausted, we sat down to wait. For long, 20 minutes had passed since Dio opened the door, and Tenmyoji and Quark were nowhere in sight. Cool.
Don't you think they're taking a little long?
Yup.
Yes, I'm getting worried. What if something happened to them?
Uh-huh.
I'll go have a look.
Then I shall accompany you.
Thank you, Kay.
Oh, I'll be fine by myself. It's not that far away.
Just don't look into the abyss too long, or you might become a monster.
Clover? What the fuck does that mean in this context?
Listen, she read some Nietzsche in the library and really wants to impress you.
That's... I don't think... Oh, okay. Look, I'm just going to the director's office. I'll be right back. No big deal. Right. See you guys later. Hey, Kay, can you talk to her, maybe?
I gave a quick goodbye wave and stepped out of the warehouse.
Now, Clover, nihilism actually really sucks.
Oh, okay. I don't know what that word means, but sure. Crying about it so hard right now. Ugh. So, like, they're dead, right? That is a music that is happening. Or maybe they are simply not here.
Huh? That's odd. There's nobody here. The picture's gone, though. Tenmyoji and Quark must have been here then.
I laid out the floor B map.
They must have taken the door that faces the warehouse. After that, they probably went to the warehouse and out the blue door to the elevator. Yeah, that's a much shorter route. On the other hand, it came through the red door, which is kind of the long way around. Huh. Looks like we managed to miss each other perfectly.
Yeah, that's convenient, huh?
Ugh. Well, this was a huge waste of time. Shoot, might as well head back, I suppose.
I had packed up the map and was headed toward the door when...
Huh?
There was a light on where there hadn't been a light before. Uh-huh.
What? Why is that thing on? They messed with it earlier, but nothing seemed to work.
I felt a sudden wave of inexplicable, nauseating dread. The light stared at me. I swallowed and edged cautiously toward it. The machine was in arm's reach now. I stretched my hand out toward it, slowly.
So, you finally made it.
Huh? What? Who? What?
Who indeed?
Oh, you're...
I am Zero.
What?
I was the one
Hey.
who brought you here.
What's up,
Jameson
man?
Price. Jameson Price, my man. Papa Near.
Hey, Dirk, what's up?
You undoubtedly have as many questions for me as there are stars in the sky.
All the stars in the sky are questions.
As you can see, however, this is only a recording.
That guy is just like a 4K pirate. He is!
I will
40K pirate, sorry.
Answer any questions. Ask if you wish, but I cannot respond.
Ugh.
I considered taking a swing at him, but decided that was spectacularly futile and kept my bald fist at my side.
Now, where to many things I wish to tell you, but unfortunately, our time is limited.
Okay.
As such, the information I can provide is also limited. I have chosen two things of great importance to tell you. First, I will tell you about termites.
Fuck off!
In retrospect, I suppose that's
Let's go.
Oh, Uchakoshi, you bastard!
Hey, Nap, we're talking to Zero.
Hey, Nap, yeah, we're talking to Zero right now.
Perfectly understandable.
From the hit game Drakengard 3, I think.
Oh, that's the one.
The person who kidnapped you and threatened you with death is lecturing you about insects.
He's got something over his eye, too.
Yeah.
He does!
Little cyber eye patch.
Ugh.
Nonetheless, this is
Is that a monocle or an eye patch? What would you call that?
Probably a scouter.
A scouter.
So I ask that you listen carefully.
A nap.
Have you ever seen a termite mound? They are splendid structures. Some might even call them works of art. Termites are natural architects, and their mounds are both structurally sound and make excellent use of space. So, are they following some sort of plan as they build? Are there termite blueprints detailing which room goes where?
Didn't Zero the Third say this guy was one of us? Yeah, I guess you lied, huh?
Little bastard.
Little shit.
Of course not. Each termite is simply an oblivious cog in a tremendous machine programmed.
We know it's not K, don't we?
It is doubtful an individual termite has any idea.
This is honestly such an interesting, like, philosophical question, though, he's posing.
But a human does. We can appreciate the elegant forms of their alien cathedrals. We can see the simple beauty of their perfect functionality. We can understand the splendid planning of their structure. In other words, only an intelligence of a higher order can understand the beauty of what the termite builds. Now, consider humans. Why are we alive? Why do we love and give birth? Why do we create? From where do our cultures spring?
Chemicals, man.
There are many theories, but no one knows the truth. We are oblivious cogs in a tremendous machine programmed by millions of years of human DNA. No doubt you see now what this analogy is supposed to illustrate.
You presuming there's a higher intelligence that would understand our machinations?
Yes, I mean to say humans are not different from termites. We trudge through our lives with no greater understanding of our ultimate goal. You might say we don't understand what we're building. Only an intelligence of a higher order than ours can understand what we're doing.
Right?
Imagine how we might look to such an intelligence. We may be building some structure so perfect and elegant, we can't even perceive it. Whatever it is, we've likely been building it on a dimension just above the ones we know since time immemorial. If we are like the termites, then what we've created is almost certainly something of tremendous beauty. And you are about to catch a glimpse of it.
What?
Or have you already? Well, that's enough on that subject, I think. Consider what I've said.
What does that mean?
Sigma's brain stuck in a loading screen.
Now, let's move on to the second topic. It is somewhat more immediately meaningful to your life, and in fact, the lives of several billion other people. I realize this is rather sudden, but I have a password for you.
Yeah?
It is the password to disarm the bomb, numbered 1.
Oh, okay. Bomb?
Ready? I will only say this once, so pay close attention. The password to disarm the number 1 bomb is BQZ.
Oh, God. Oh, I don't have the one for the other bomb anymore.
Don't worry, I can bring it up if you need it.
Didn't that one have SGDQ in it as well?
It did, yeah.
I had no idea what he was talking about. What bomb? Was he saying there were bombs too? If he'd guessed some of my future confusion, he showed no sign of it.
That is the last of the information this message was meant to convey. Before I go, however, I have a warning. You cannot tell any of your companions what you heard or saw here. If you do, you will be penalized immediately. I hope we will meet again someday. We would have much to discuss.
Wait. God damn, you can just spell all the crap and disappear. I find myself yelling at empty air.
Watch me.
Bitch. Hologram had disappeared. Ugh. What kind of idiot does he take me for? Termites? Other dimensions? How could that have anything to do with kidnapping us? Shit. I kicked out at a nearby shelf.
10 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes. All players, please enter your votes. If no vote...
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Oh, crap. I need to get back. Not like there's any point staying here. I spun around and ran out of the room toward the warehouse. Hey, cool. I'm just there now.
Look, Mr. Sigma's back.
Took you long enough.
Yeah, you guys are... Oh, that's really frustrating. They took 20 minutes. Where are the others?
In the AB rooms.
It went in already?
Yep.
Why didn't you two? Have you been waiting for me?
Yeah. Grandpa said there was something he had to tell you before we voted, no matter what.
Oh?
Nothing that significant. Just wanted to tell you we're going to choose ally this round. That's it.
And you had to tell me that no matter what? Seems kind of pointless. I mean, words are cheap. You can promise whatever you want.
True, but we've got something to back it up. Just hear me out.
Okay, go ahead.
Quark and I both have 8 BP.
Oh my god.
We're already on the home stretch. So what do we need to get to the magic number? Well, we need you to choose ally. If you do that, it doesn't really matter to us what we pick.
Ah, fuck. I do actually have to play this AB game, don't I?
You do, yes.
You'd get to 9 whether you got 2 or 3 points.
Exactly. That being the case, we don't have any reason to betray you. And if we both choose ally, we both gain points.
True, but you must have considered that I'll choose betray. That would mean you'd choose betray to protect yourselves?
That's why we're telling you we won't choose betray.
Mm-hmm.
Can I trust you? Alright, tell me one thing. Let's say we do this and both ally, everybody gets 2 points. That means you and Quark will have enough to leave, which is great for you. But I'll be stuck with a measly 5? How do I know you aren't just going to open the door and leave us in the lurch?
I can guarantee it.
How?
I can give you my word. I will not open the number 9 door, even if I have enough points to do so. I swear it. We aren't going to abandon everybody else just so we can escape.
I swear too. I promise.
Man, so all you've got is a promise, huh?
When I make a promise, I keep it. Trust me.
Please! You've got to trust us!
Alright, fine. I'll trust you. You motherfuckers better not betray me.
Minutes remain until Ambidex.
Whoa, does that mean Sigma has 3 points right now?
Yep.
Okay.
We're counting on you, Sigma.
You gotta choose ally. You promised.
I did not promise. I did not promise. I absolutely... Oh, he just... Fine. I guess he kind of did. Fuck. With that, they turned and ran to the AB room second from the right. You're right, Nep. Every single person has said this to me. Well, guess I should get moving. Oh yeah, I guess we can just play the AB game as much as we want now, though. So wait, this doesn't matter. Because we can just play it as much as we want now, right?
They're saying that they need you to pick ally just so that, you know, because they know that they can trust you versus like going up against Dio or someone.
Yeah, but we should just kill Dio. I had a decision to make. Should I trust Quark and Tenmyoji? Well, I could believe they were telling the truth and still betray them. That would bring my BP to 6. I'd be that much closer to 9. Choosing betray would guarantee that they wouldn't try and escape without the rest of us. Betrayal seemed like the safe bet, but...
Please! You've got...
Tenmyoji, I could betray easily enough. Wow, okay, rude. But Quark? What the hell was I going to do?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fine.
Round 3.
But I am doing this under the pretense that I am going to betray them also.
Results will be displayed in
Yeah. That is going to happen. And while it may not feel good, it is simply what must be.
Results from round, please.
You fuckers! Okay, I don't feel bad that I'm going to do that then. I don't feel bad at all that I'm going to betray them. Oh, Clover has 11 too. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Points, please.
You absolute rat bastards. No, Sigma, don't die. He has 1 point. It's fine. Hey, what the hell, guys? Why'd you betray me?
Quark had nothing to do with this.
You promised, Tenmyoji! What the fuck?
I made the vote.
Grandpa.
Alright, fine. Why'd you break your promise, Tenmyoji?
I only promised you one thing. We wouldn't open the number 9 door, even if we got 9 points.
What? So, you're not going to leave?
Not what I said. Of course we're going to leave.
What?
Look, see Clover over there?
You dirty bitch. You absolute dirty trash man. Oh, he is a trash man.
He is the trash man.
Don't tell me.
I make Sigma feel like garbage.
I just like to imagine he turns around and Clover's doing like, you know that picture of a seal and it's like turning around and making like really big wet eyes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That bitch.
Wait. Quark and Tenmyoji have...
Did they conspire together? Because Tenmyoji seemed really confident that Clover was going to do that. The words were barely out of her mouth when Tenmyoji and Quark ran past.
No! God damn it!
What? Like, what purpose?
Are you really going to leave?
Well, yeah. Why else would I open the door?
But why?
I'm going to go call the others, so we can capture Zero Senior.
Tenmyoji, are you and Quark going too?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Sorry, everybody.
Quark seems to feel really bad.
So Sigma, happy? Kept my promise.
Yeah, bud, I'm so fucking happy right now.
Clover opened the door, not me.
Like hell, I'm happy. That's some shady shit, Tenmyoji.
You say so. I have to get out of here, and that's that. He's got to pay for what he's done.
He?
Zero.
You mean you know who Zero Senior is?
Yeah. No point keeping it a secret now, I suppose. I know exactly who Zero Senior is.
What?
What?
No, see, Nep, the thing is, this happens every single time, but, like, it doesn't tend to happen when people make a fucking promise.
It will remain open for 9
Especially someone like Tenmyoji, who in the past has treated, like, promises as fucking sacred.
Yeah.
Let's go.
But I guess, that's exactly, I guess that's exactly why this is set up in that way. Because you go, oh yeah, Tenmyoji's promising, of course I'm gonna trust him, right? And then it goes like,
Yeah, he votes in Quark's best interest. If Quark is that close to getting out, there's no way he's not gonna do something.
Yeah.
Guys, time to move.
Right.
Oh, wait. This is for you, Mr. Sigma.
Quark held something out. I looked down to see 2 pieces of folded paper. What is this?
It's a letter. I wrote it in the director's office before the AB game. I wanted to tell you what kind of guy Grandpa is. So, read it, okay?
Okay. He pressed it into my hand.
See you later, Mr. Sigma.
Bye, Quark.
Probably won't see you later.
Oh, back. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Very good.
I had a food.
Nom.
A good food. Did you post it? Hold on.
No, I'll do it later.
Okay. Then he turned and ran toward the door, Tenmyoji and Clover following in his footsteps. I was so surprised by the letter that I didn't even try to stop them. Before I could think of anything to say...
Goodbye.
He is kind of a shit. Yeah,
You open it up and it says Tenmyoji is going to betray you.
They're gone.
All we can do now is hope they bring help back.
Indeed.
I agree.
Oh, Nap. That's so huge brain. I looked down at Quark's letter and slowly unfolded it. His handwriting was still slightly uneven, but he'd filled both pages with writing. I began to read. It was a really stormy day when he found me. He said the rain was coming down so hard it almost hurt, but somehow he managed to hear a baby crying. I guess I must have been crying pretty loud. He took me home and did his best to raise me, but he'd never been married or had a kid before, so I think it was really hard for him. He couldn't figure out how to mix the formula, so he was always carrying the directions around with him. Also, I guess I was a pretty picky eater, so if he didn't get the water to formula ratio just right, I wouldn't eat it. I guess I was kind of a pain, huh? But he didn't give up, and now here I am. When he found me, I was really, really small, and he was worried that I might not make it. That's why he named me Quark. A quirk is a really, really small thing, and I was really, really small too. Grandpa didn't need to worry, though, because it turned out I was pretty tough. When I was 1, he forgot I was sleeping in the bed of his truck and drove off. I rolled out and went off the back, but I didn't even get scratched. I started walking when I was 2, and when he wasn't looking, I fell down the stairs. I didn't get hurt then either. When I was 3, I got really sick. What the fuck? Does he have superpowers?
Every disease.
Is this Baby Phoenix Wright? It's Baby Phoenix Wright.
Yeah, this kid is just Mr. Magoo. He's just constantly getting into comedic antics.
I had a super high fever for a week, but eventually I got better. I guess you could say I'm pretty lucky. Anyway, I didn't really have any more accidents after that, and I was a pretty healthy kid. By the time I was 6, I'd started helping Grandpa out with his work. His job was to gather junk from abandoned buildings. Then he'd fix it up or pull out the useful parts and sell them. There were plenty of abandoned buildings, but finding good stuff in them was hard. You had to know which parts were useful, or you could end up wasting a bunch of time. Every time I'd find something, he'd explain to me what it was, how it was supposed to work, how to fix it, all sorts of things. Usually, though, I just wanted to finish up work so I could go to the theater. The theater came to our town once a week in a wagon. What? They'd show old news or movies. I went every single week, but Grandpa only went once in a while, and he'd only go weeks when they showed movies. Oh yeah, I didn't know that I'd been adopted until I was 7. One of the other kids on my block told me. I guess after Grandpa found me, he looked all over town to try and find somebody who'd take me. The kid from my block actually had a mom, and he'd asked her if she would take me too. I gotta admit, I was pretty shocked when I heard that. There weren't a lot of kids with parents around, so hearing that someone lived with his actual mom was pretty impressive. I was also kind of surprised that Grandpa had tried to get someone else to take me. Did that mean he didn't want me? The kid who told me about Grandpa trying to get rid of me was a real jerk. He was totally spoiled, and he'd brag to everybody about how he had a mom. He liked to come up to me while I was working and say stuff like, "Must be hard not having a mother." It had never bothered me before, but after I found out that Grandpa had adopted me, I started to think that maybe he didn't really want me. If I could work on my own, then he could get rid of me. I was scared to know the truth, so I never asked him. Then one day, he took me to a bar in a neighborhood. During the day, of course. We went there sometimes to drink scotch, but I'd never gone before. When we got in, he just walked up to the counter with that grumpy look he has, and I thought, oh no, he's gonna make me work here. But I was wrong. I saw him pass something to the bartender, and then he picked me up and set me down on the stool next to the counter. The stool was pretty high, especially for a 7-year-old kid, and my legs just dangled off of it. It seemed really, really high to me, and I was pretty nervous. Eventually, the bartender came back over with a glass of scotch and another big glass of something else. As I looked closer, I realized that the second glass was full of some sort of brown liquid with a scoop of ice cream in it. It took me a minute to realize what it was. A root beer float. I'd never seen one before. I was so surprised. Root beer was even more... Oh.
Sorry, do you want to know what we call that in Australia?
What do you call it? What do you call it in Australia?
What do you call it? I'm scared.
It's a spider.
It's a what?
Of course it is.
It's a spider.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Of course it's a spider.
Why is it a spider?
Because everything here is a spider.
That's fair.
I remember when, like, about 3 years ago, you mentioned just offhand, it's like, oh yeah, we have to deal with a spider the size of a dinner plate, like, at least once a month, and I was like, I don't know if I want to live in Australia.
No.
It's not every month.
Not on my life. Root beer was even more expensive than the nicest alcohol in the bar. To me and the other kids, it seemed more like an urban legend than a real drink. But there it was, right in front of me. I stared at the float, I still wasn't sure it was real at that point, and then turned to look at Grandpa. He looked back at me. I didn't know what to do, so I turned to the bartender. He'd already turned around and moved off, though, so I figured he must have put the glass down in front of me on purpose. It still didn't seem like it could be real, and I was just staring at it when Grandpa told me to hurry up and drink it before the ice cream melted. His gruff voice sounded like an angel's. Is this really mine? He nodded. Words can't describe how awesome it was. I'd never tasted anything like root beer before. The creamy sweetness of the ice cream made my entire head feel light. I felt like the luckiest boy in the whole world. That's not an exaggeration, I really thought that. The root beer float was delicious, and what made me even happier was Grandpa. When I looked over at him, he was smiling. I know that's gotta be hard for you to imagine, but he really was. Right then, I didn't care whether he just found me and adopted me or not. He bought me a root beer float. That made me way luckier than some kid who had a mother but had never tasted root beer. Oh, I'm gonna cry, this is really sweet.
It's so nice.
Of course, after we left the bar, he was the first kid I bragged to. The Grandpa and I were doing pretty good. Until the fight. I was in a super bad mood that day. I'd torn one of my shoes that morning and some old drunk guy had yelled at me. All the junk I found was totally useless. The day was almost over and I was fed up, so I just grabbed some random trash and took it back to the house. When I showed what I'd found to Grandpa, he frowned. He started going through each thing I'd brought back, explaining why they were all useless. I got really mad and just yelled, "I don't care!" Then he got mad and I couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away. I was pretty upset, and I started thinking that maybe Grandpa had only adopted me so he could raise me to work and make money for him. After a while, I went and hid in an abandoned building, but by then I'd started to calm down and think that maybe I should go back and apologize. It had started raining pretty hard, though, so I decided I should wait for it to stop. But that was just an excuse. The truth was that I was nervous. Part of me knew I'd done something wrong, but I didn't want to admit it. The rain didn't stop though, so I just sat there staring out at the gloomy gray sky. I imagined Grandpa coming to get me. It kept raining all night, and he never showed up. I gave up waiting and decided it was time to go home. I was about halfway there when I heard somebody groaning. At first I thought I should just ignore it and not get involved, but I went over anyway, and it was Grandpa. He was totally soaked, and I could tell right away that he'd been there for a really long time. I yelled, and he opened his eyes a little bit. He smiled weakly and said he was glad I was safe. He'd spent all night out in the rain looking for me. I felt awful. Grandpa had been out in the rain looking for me for so long that he'd collapsed. I was horrible. He'd heard me crying in the rain, but I hadn't heard him. As I ran to get the doctor, I promised whatever god might be listening that if they would only save Grandpa, I'd never ask for another root beer float ever again. He got a really bad fever, and his temperature wouldn't go down for days. The doctor said that if it kept up, he'd die. If he died, then I'd be all alone. There wouldn't be anybody left to care about me. The thought of that happening terrified me. Oh, fuck. Fortunately, I must have passed some of my luck on to Grandpa, because a week later, his fever finally broke. I was glad he wasn't going to die, but I was also a little scared. What if he had decided that he didn't want a stupid kid like me around anymore? My plan was to apologize as soon as he woke up, but when the moment came, my brain just stopped. Grandpa started to talk, and it took me a minute to realize he was apologizing. I didn't know what to think. He explained that he was an old man, and that meant he was probably going to die sooner rather than later. He was strict with me because he wanted to make sure I'd be able to make it on my own after he was gone, but maybe he'd been a little too strict. All of the things I'd worried about had been stupid and selfish. Grandpa cared about me a whole lot. He'd been worried when I ran off, and he'd gone out into the rain to look for me. I tried to apologize, but when I opened my mouth, I just started crying. I don't think I've cried that much since I was a baby. But he just smiled and patted my head. I asked him if he'd ever regretted adopting me. His eyes got all wide, and he said, of course not. He told me that he was looking for a really important lady, and because of that, he'd had to give up on pretty much everything else in his life. But when he took me in and started raising me, he felt like he'd gotten some of what he lost back. That was when I decided I'd stay with him forever, even if he said I couldn't. Oh.
Forgot that the song plays with this ending.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh my god.
I can't betray them now. Fuck. Tenmi OG end.
So the clock end?
No. It's so weird.
What the fuck is the quark end?
Did I swap them in my head? Yeah.
I think so, because the quark head, you don't learn like anything about Tenmyoji.
What the fuck?
It's so weird.
Oh, that was really good.
It's so good.
Anyway,
like,
time to betray them.
Anyway.
That was... See, like... This makes me really mad about the 999 port.
Until Ambidex game
Because you totally miss out on a lot of that prose.
Oh, yeah.
Did they cut out dialogue in the port?
Yes.
No,
it's not dialogue, it's like...
They don't cut it, they just hide it behind the log. Like, it doesn't show up unless you look at the log.
No, that's not true. It's... You remember how there's, like, 2 different settings to go through? One's adventure, one's novel?
Right.
Oh.
Yeah. All of that prose is in the game. It's not just in the log. It appears if you're in that mode.
Yeah, it's...
But you can choose to just do the visual. Yeah, It sucks. And, like, it's in there, but, like, in a really obtuse way that you wouldn't really think to do.
So there's no setting to see all of the game, like puzzles and novel, like...
No, there is.
No, it is. Like, so, the thing with the okay. The thing with novel mode is that it doesn't have any of the voice acting, I assume? So
No, it has the voice acting. It's just like a lot more text.
What the fuck?
And I think it may take out some of the like little animations that happen.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I haven't played through all of it.
I need to just play through 999 in adventure and novel mode now, I think. Like just replay the entire game in novel mode.
Yeah, there's some good stuff in there that stuck with me. Like the description of
Snake's
the ninth
body.
man.
Snake's body in the ninth man. Like
both of them, yeah.
You told me that there was some really good prose in there, and I was like, I guess. But like, if I was actually in novel mode, if I was actually in novel mode, I probably would have actually fucking seen it.
Yeah, like he describes the ninth man's rib cage looking like the legs of a ivory crab sticking out of a pile of meat.
What the fuck?
Like...
Okay, I have to fucking play through 999 again. God damn it. Ugh.
So that's the song that played in the ending made me freaking lose it.
Yeah.
So I'm not ready for the other ending where that song plays, where the actual content also makes me lose it.
I mean, you've alluded to this one in the past.
Yeah, because it's really powerful. It's really good.
I really hope they still chose Betray. Thank you.
So it's just Clover that's leaving now.
So it's just Clover now.
Points, please.
Bitch.
Hey. Like that he still has the letter on him. But he's not gonna give it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Hey, what's the
I didn't even think about that.
Quark had nothing to do with it. I entered the vote.
So why'd you choose Betray?
Couldn't I ask you the same thing? I don't really think this is the time for a fight, though. Look, Clover's over by the door.
Yeah, no shit, huh?
What? Oh no.
Face there looks like she's being caught.
It's like, uh-oh. Uh-oh, Stinky. That's a chunky.
See, I told you.
The number 9 door.
Fuck, she opened it.
Why?
Oh, this is a really short one, isn't it?
Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, the music's already kicking in. I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna be this. Clover? What the hell do you think you're doing?
I'm going to call the others.
What?
I'll get justice for Alice.
Justice? Wait, do you mean...
Yeah, whatever.
Time for me to go. No! Please, Clover, wait!
Like hell, I'm just gonna let you walk out of here.
Dio leapt at Clover, his fists raised. Clover easily avoided him and moved toward the door. God! Dio sucks at this.
Bye.
Every single time he has to actually do something important, he gets like the physical capability of the Three Stooges.
Yeah, he's fucking curly.
Yeah.
I caught one last glimpse of her face as she slid through the door. It was a mask of ice. Uh-oh, I have to sneeze. Wait, no I don't. It's going away.
Oh.
No cute sneeze for you guys.
Oh.
This day as escape lead.
Yeah, no shit. Oh, that's it? That's
all she wrote.
That sure is it, huh?
Thanks, Rita.
Yeah, not every bad ending is like his content.
Game over.
I wish you kept track of like total endings.
Yeah. That'd be a lot.
Just so you get that. Just so you get that progression. So
okay, we only have one place that I can go.
Yep.
I believe so.
Like I don't have. I only have one of these things.
Yeah.
I have Milkavoli.
Milkavoli.
Milkavoli. So let's go here.
The mysterious milkman.
This mysterious milkman, Milkavoli.
Do you know the milkman?
All right,
milkman?
please pay attention, everyone.
I do know the milkman.
Oh, so they're both sick in this one?
Yeah. But they're
Yeah.
alive.
Yeah. The Sigma managed to wrestle Alice.
Do you know what immune
Oh, this is where he is the milkman and we know it.
It's another.
Does that happen? That happens in the end, in the roots where he wrestles Alice, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is new,
This is
dialogue.
new.
Yeah.
This is new.
Because you only have one thing of Excelavir, but there's two people who are sick. And
Yeah.
before that was where the roadblock came up, but now he's like, wait a second, I got it.
Because the replicator was a different timeline, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's it. I've got it. The IG replicator in the laboratory. It's an immunogoblin replication machine.
What?
Goblin.
It can copy immunogoblin antibodies. Luna just said Excelavir is made from antibodies. That means we can make more Excelavir.
Hold on a moment. There is a strange device in the laboratory that says IG replicator on it. Clover and I examined it thoroughly when we were in that room.
Yeah, we never could figure out what it did, though.
Exactly. My question is, how do you know about it, Sigma?
Don't worry about it. I just know. I saw it when I was in the laboratory.
When was that?
I love his tone there. He's like, and when was that? Like, he's understandably suspicious about that.
Yeah. No, Dio was wrong. Yeah, of course he was. I hadn't gone to the laboratory when I was looking for Alice. I didn't think I'd ever been to the laboratory. So how did I know about the IG replicator?
If what he's saying is true, then we should be able to duplicate the Excelavir. That would mean we could cure Alice and Quark.
Let's go have a look then. The laboratory, right?
Yeah, no time to waste.
We all nodded.
Wait, we can't leave them all here alone. Luna, do you think you could stay behind to look after them?
Oh, of course. I'd be happy to.
Alright then, let's go.
Man, everybody sure is still alive in this timeline, huh?
Sure are.
That's interesting. Not very... Wait. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I just had a completely unrelated brain blast.
Your brain blast.
Okay. This is operating under a theory, though.
Your theory.
Okay.
What's your game theory?
If Tenmyoji is Junpei, then the old woman could be Akane. Because they would assumedly both age.
I love that you have to be like, assuming they both age.
Assuming they both age. And assuming this is way further in the future than we are being led to believe that it is. But, like... See, here's the thing. We're so late in the game that I can't determine if the deal with Tenmyoji is being employed as a red herring, or if that is very specifically giving me an answer. The fact that we're this late in the game makes me feel like it would be an answer, but also that's such... It's saying it so much without actually saying it. Which also feels like it could be a red herring. And Tenmyoji isn't Junpei, and Old Woman's not Akane, and none of that is relevant at all, aside from the fact that he has a picture of Akane and is looking for her for some reason. But the one person that we know that has, like, been looking for Akane for assumedly the rest of his life is Junpei. And we don't know that Akane had any other attachments to anybody else, aside from Santa, I guess. I guess Tenmyoji could be Santa. That's possible.
White hair, right?
White hair. Yeah, white hair. Yeah, that's very possible.
Are you talking about K Dash or like this guy, this robot man K?
Oh, Santa is a character from 999.
Not Santa Claus.
Not
Santa.
not Santa Claus.
Lila, no.
Santa is a character from 999. He was number 3?
Yeah, Santa.
Santa. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Ichini-san.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. My hope is that he would be Junpei, but like, I feel like the life that Tenmyoji lives now would make sense for Santa, given the fact that they didn't have parents, did they?
Their parents were never mentioned.
But like, nobody ever reported them missing.
Yes.
Oh, right, yeah.
So I would assume that means they don't have parents, or at least not parents that would be concerned if they went missing. So I imagine they may have lived kind of like a street rat life. So Tenmyoji being a trash man and rummaging around in abandoned buildings in search of things to sell would make sense for Santa, because he would have experience doing that. Why are you putting like a little apostrophe after K's name? It's just K.
K Dash is a character in King of Fighters, and yes, it's pronounced K Dash for some reason.
Oh, I see.
But it's clearly an apostrophe.
It is clearly an apostrophe.
Yeah, you call them dashes.
It's because no.
Is
I'm
it
not
an
calling
Albany
him
expression?
I'm not calling him K Dash. The game calls him K Dash. And that's far from the silliest pronunciation they have. There's a character whose name is K-9999. And the way you pronounce that is K49s.
What?
Oh, I hate that.
I also hate that.
It's awful. King of Fighters is really bad with names sometimes.
That is the worst. Okay. I think I'm done my theory crafting for the time being. I'm also gonna give myself an out. I'm gonna weasel my way out of this as much as I can. Could also be neither of them. I'm still holding on to the idea that it could also possibly be a red herring. Thank you, Lila. Hold on, I can't continue the game yet. What are you Nep, what are you talking about?
Please elaborate.
We're not even talking about Tekken, we're talking about King of Fighters.
Yes. It was this IG replicator thing.
Right here. See?
This can copy the Accelavir.
I think so.
What are we waiting for?
Calm down, alright? Don't rush me.
I carefully lowered the small vial of Accelavir into the slot on the side of the machine. An empty vial already protruded from the other side. There's a joke in Neptunia 3 where Jack 999 shows up and it says, that's Jack 99939.
Oh.
Huh.
Okay, I get it now.
I get it.
That's
love
bizarre.
that shit Lucas says is immediately like, fuck,
Oh my
that's a
god!
spoiler.
Yeah, Neff did say Jack 999.
999 detected.
That's really
It's
funny.
in the novel.
Presumably, that was where the duplicated Accelavir would go.
Ready? When I push this button, it should...
Skip it. Just press the damn thing.
Right. And...
Pressed. Yeah. Nep, I hate to break it to you. I have absolutely no plans to play a Neptunia game.
That's Lila's domain.
That is Lila's domain. No, even Lila was like, fuck, dude. This is not okay.
How many yikes moments in the first episode?
Yeah,
the first stream?
Yeah, how many yikes moments were there in the very first stream, Lila? I think it was 11. If I recall correctly, it was 11.
Oof.
Did it work?
Have a look. The empty vial has something in it now.
And the vial
wow.
remains as it was.
12. I was close.
It does not seem to have lost any of its contents.
So, it worked?
But one moment was 3 yikes. Oh my god!
Would have been pretty bad if it hadn't.
Alright, let's get this thing back to the infirmary.
I reached down and pulled both vials from the machine, intending to slip them deftly into my pocket.
Ah, shit.
What happened?
Sorry, my hand slipped?
You dropped one of them?
Yeah? Just one, though.
Clumsy ass.
What if you'd broken it, you idiot?
Come on. If it had broken, then we could have just made another copy.
Before Tenmyoji could reply, Fi spoke.
Guys?
I was surprised to hear her voice coming from near my feet. What? Hello? I looked down to see her staring intently at something beneath the table.
You see? It did break.
No, the vial's fine. See?
She held it up in one hand, but didn't move her eyes.
Then what the heck is going on down there?
Take a look.
She slid back from the table quickly and... Oh, I know what it is. The rest of us bent down to look. Number 2 bomb! Which bomb did we get the code for before? We got 1 and 3?
0.
1 and 0?
Yeah.
Okay. Bomb?
Whoa. Really? That makes 2 then.
Guess Kay was right after all.
So there were more bombs.
So it would seem.
Hey, Dio, why are you acting so surprised, dog?
Was this here when you guys came through the first time?
No, it was not.
Yeah, I didn't see anything, and I looked real hard.
Then somebody must have said it while we were looking for Alice.
Who the hell would do that?
Fuck.
Traffic arrow. Dio in a banana suit. We gotta find the guy who did this.
I feel like my writing is getting neater, actually.
Extreme pressure.
Practice makes perfect.
Oh, thank you, Nutella Ice Cream, for following. Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah. When's the sponsor?
Oh. No, I want Fancy Feast to sponsor me.
I'll get on the line.
Okay.
We were all looking out for Alice. It could have been any of us.
No, not any of us. I was back in the infirmary. Quark was still out, so I was keeping an eye on him.
Wait. It does say brain memory. Huh? Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Man, Sigma sure is good at remembering things, isn't he?
Yep.
That's... What a quirky character trait that doesn't mean anything.
Like his cat puns.
So we shouldn't consider you a suspect.
Like his cat puns.
Is that right?
Yeah. Quark's off the list, too.
But Tenmyoji, you have no proof that she spent
Oh,
the entire time
Lila,
in
is
the
memory
infirmary,
actually
do you?
stored in the walls?
What?
You could have quietly made
God,
your way
Charles.
to the laboratory, planted the bomb.
Shut up, Charles, shut up.
That's insane.
Have we gone this entire playthrough without making a Sigma male joke?
No,
Oh.
I clipped Mina telling
Fuck.
the obligatory one
God damn
when
it.
we were in the
Listen to
infirmary.
There's no way in hell I'd have left Quark all by himself to go plant a goddamn bomb.
Himyoji was still staring furiously at Kay when Clover spoke up.
Hey, what's this thing?
I turned in time to see her grab something from under the table.
It looks like a memory card.
Purple.
Where was it?
Ooh.
Right under the bomb.
Huh.
It was down on the floor under the table.
Could it have been put here by the same person who set the bomb?
Why?
There was nothing like it here when we examined this room.
You think they dropped it accidentally?
Unless it was left here intentionally, yes. I imagine so.
Those are the options, Kay.
Yeah, those are the options. Yeah, thanks.
What do you think's on it?
Let's take a look. Can I see it for a minute?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I plucked the card out of her hand and looked around the room.
Munch.
Nothing. He just eats it.
The forbidden candy.
It is purple. Purple usually tastes good.
It's true.
Oh
I love
my
grape.
god.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Wait a second, you tricked me.
What? What do you mean?
I thought that was an innuendo.
I thought it was too.
No, I just like grape.
Oh. Okay, never mind. I rescind my you tricked me then.
You guys are silly.
Shoot. No dice. I need to plug it into something that can read memory cards, but I don't see anything here.
Boy, I wonder where we could find something that reads memory cards.
So what do we do?
Man, it's almost like there's a room where we've done that before in another timeline or something.
Come on, if I knew I'd be doing it.
10
Or
minutes
not.
remaining until Ambidex or if.
Guys, I think maybe we should get back to the top floor.
Yeah, you're right. We've got what we came here for.
What should we do about the
hey.
Not much we can do except leave it here. Alice said it'd be dangerous to touch them.
True, but
Drop it. We can talk about the bombs later. Right now we need to take care of Alice and Quark.
Right. So we'll go back to the infirmary, give them the accelerator, and then head to the floor A warehouse.
Please tell me they see the fucking TV. Please tell me they fucking see it. It's right there. It's right there. It's right there.
A while, but they should recover.
Her voice was quiet as she backed away from Alice and Quark. In her hand was the injection gun. She carefully removed the empty vial and placed it gently in the cabinet with the other one. While we were in the laboratory, Luna had moved Quark to a crude cot. They both looked peaceful as they slept. The madness I'd seen on their faces before was completely gone.
Are they really
Stresses me out. They didn't make a third, so they have at least one to copy in the future.
Oh.
Well, it'd be a really mean lock, but like...
You're right.
In real life, you want to do that.
Wait, yeah, you're right. You would need like... Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if I knew that it was a contagious virus that was causing this, I'd be like, what if we all vaccinated ourselves just in case?
Yeah, what if
Or
we
just
all
have one
just,
that you can
like...
copy.
What if we all took a hit, right?
Just to make 20, like...
Yeah.
Yes, the analysis I did on the files confirmed that the duplicate was real.
And always keep a source.
The original was genuine too, of course. Now that they've been treated.
it's only a matter of time before the virus is eliminated.
So we are okay, so we're just operating under the assumption that it was just the two. Okay.
I believe so, yes. Oh man, what a relief. I was really worried.
Just the two of them. Clover grinned.
They can make it if they try.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I gave her a reassuring pat on the back. Man, those immunogoblins sure did work fast, huh?
All right, everybody. We can be relieved later. Right now, we need to
Very
get to
good
the
at that
AV
job.
rooms and fast.
Damn. Don't even have time to catch our breath.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I wonder
If
I
if
wonder whose
only-
fault that was.
If only
Dio.
someone had thought that maybe it was a bad idea to do that without anyone else around.
Yeah. Hey, bud. You know, you recognize.
You don't get to complain. You piece of shit.
I don't want to see you. I don't want to experience you. I don't want you... Oh, why is the blue so transparent? The green is like the one that... Oh, you can still see him pretty well through it. Fuck.
If it's one solid color, yeah.
Wait, does 999 man use rule of 3? What? What? Huh? What? Charles, what does that mean? Oh, Ujakoshi. I was like, what do you... Who? What?
You know.
Mr. 999.
The 999 man.
Mr. 999. I don't know if Ujakoshi would use rule of 3. I mean, we know... I mean, we have a pretty good hint that Sigma probably have it too. Huh? Where's Tenmyoji?
Oh, he stayed back in the infirmary.
What?
Why?
Well, when we were all heading out, I noticed he wasn't doing anything. So I asked him if he was coming with us, and this is what I got.
I'm still worried about Quark and Alice. I think I'll stick around and make sure they're okay.
I see.
Does 999 man played Pathologic for personal computer? I don't... What? What is happening? What is happening? Oh my god, you guys are activating shit like it says so much.
That means that Phi's only opponent will be Dio.
If you save the Schmouder until the very end of VLR, you unlock the secret ending.
Where you meet Ujakoshi himself.
He puts himself in the game Neo Automata style as like a boss that you have to kill.
Oh my god! The VLR is the first Ujakoshi game to have combat.
That's cool. Nothing to worry about. I plan to choose Ally.
Style game with Sigma against Ujakoshi.
You know why?
Because I've only got one BP.
Exactly. If you chose Ally and I betrayed you, your BP would drop below 0 and... Well, we know what happens then. I want to win, but I'm not that
You
desperate.
leave.
He's so full of shit.
Now, to be fair, this is part of his, like, he can't just go, oh yeah, I'd betray you. Like, he'd obviously be saying this regardless. But several timelines of information of Dio is known at the moment. Bye, good.
Bye, good.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, it's... Yes, Charles. It is saying 999 that is setting it off.
Hmm.
Because we have had people post spoilers for a 999.
Tenmyoji and Dio are a pair. Tenmyoji only had one BP left.
Call it 3 9s now. Shut up. Bye. Oh, you're so good.
Since Dio said he's going to pick an ally, Phi can't really pick anything else.
No, she can.
She can save herself.
Phi can just choose betray, actually. It is literally the safest option.
Isn't that what she's...
Is that what
She
she's
usually
saying?
does. Oh, Tenmyoji has one. So like, if she picks betray and Dio means it,
sorry, no,
I will kill Tenmyoji. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty
Hey,
much...
someone dying. Unless they both pick ally by a
You and I are
miracle.
going to be going one-on-one too,
Huh.
right? Since Quark's still sleeping.
That is correct.
How many BP do you guys have?
I've got 6.
As do I.
This will be a tough one then.
If one of them can get the other to ally, and then betray that person, the betrayer will have 9
What?
points.
What? Why are you gonna... Who are you gonna call Mr. T? Ujakoshi? Why?
Charles?
Charles, are you okay, buddy?
Look, Kay, I know you
Fuck
don't
it, this is
really have any
confusing. I'll just call him, throws a dart.
Call him Shmebulon.
You would like us both to vote ally, yes?
Yeah.
No, what?
They're still clearly going to betray each other.
Charles, no!
It's Kotaro Ujakoshi.
Kotaro Uchiko... Oh,
Full total.
hold on. Hey, bud. There you go, man.
I agree.
Charles, I love you.
His name has a T in it. That much is correct.
You gain no points.
Charles, you're good. You're very
You lose
funny.
Nothing either, but that's hardly relevant. If both of us cooperate, then we will both gain 2 points, which is much more beneficial.
Right. Okay, good. You're really gonna do it, right?
Yes.
I feel like they have guns trained on each other for this polite conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like we both know that these two would absolutely betray.
Absolutely.
Are you gonna
Like, not-
are you gonna ally? Yeah, absolutely. Both of them run in and immediately mash betray.
Move now.
Like they're nice, but not when they're on 6 points. Like
Resident himbo for Bimbo Cat Food Productions. That's true.
Correct.
Aw.
DOK and DOK. I stopped being able to read really quick. The bimbo bimbo was taking over. DOK, Fi, and Clover all took off immediately, heading into different AB rooms. Counting from the left, Dia went to room 3. I don't care.
I really always tell you the room.
Yeah, I don't care. I left Luna and myself.
What do you think about taking the one on the far left?
Sounds good.
Why does it matter? With that settled, we headed into AB room number 1. Oh, this is still Moon, huh?
Yeah.
Dang.
That's definitely fair, Charles. Cold medicine will sit you on your ass.
That's
Yeah.
true.
They're voting against Alice, right?
Yeah.
Are we?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, well, we can't fuck. Oh,
Seconds
shit.
remain Until Amberdex game polling
Well, this
closes.
sucks.
It's probably a little late to say this, but you know Alice is still in the infirmary. So,
You're saying we should pick ally, right? Since Alice is going to default to that anyway.
yes.
I know, it's not really fair to betray somebody who wasn't voting.
Luna's face broke into a warm, happy smile that I'm going to have to absolutely fucking destroy. Not to be sappy, but it was like a ray of sunshine on a cloudy day. I grinned back at her before I knew what I was doing.
Aww.
For a minute, the Nonary game didn't seem so scary.
10
Aw.
seconds remain.
Literal infectious optimism.
Amberdex
Yeah.
game polling closes.
It's so good.
It is adorable.
8,
I love her so much.
She's so good.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you, Nep and Lila, for cheering me on.
Round 2 of the
Blood.
Amberdex game has been
Oh, fuck.
One of these leads to an ending.
Man, that one was longer than I would have thought it would be.
Results will be displayed in the warehouse. Thank you for your participation.
Actually, you know what?
Amberdex gates now opening.
Let's take a break once we leave the room.
Oh.
Nep.
Ooh, that's clever.
What did you just say?
Look at eat her face like a Floridian clown.
What?
Do clowns
Like-
in Florida
like a clown-
eat like
Huh?
on bath salts?
So it's not the part of Alice I would think of eating first. Just gonna be honest.
Wait.
Oh.
This is true.
Oh, that friggin' hit me in the stomach. I've never heard you make that kind of joke about a character before.
hey, Mina, now you know how it fucking feels.
Yeah, I guess I do.
We've unlocked like horny dialogue for this year. It's
I
great.
will never fucking forget that one time you talked about Poison's Schmeat.
Listen, I was just harboring a secret. This is like a new development.
Ugh. So
Sorry.
fucking good. Alright.
It is.
I need to do a stretch. It's break time. Alright, I'll be back. I have to go flirt with my girlfriend a bit.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what? I'm back.
Welcome back.
What?
Hello. Also,
I didn't get a chance to guess.
Also, I have another thing for you to guess.
Uh-huh.
Guess it.
What?
You love your girlfriend.
Fucking got it in one, babe.
Hello, I'm back.
Hello.
Welcome back.
God, Vi and I are so on the same wavelength.
I'm so happy.
You know, you're just extremely gay and predictable.
What? No way. I would
No,
never
you're-
be. I would never
you're
be
just
gay.
kidding.
I would never be gay in my life. Babe, I have to tell you, I'm so straight. I'm sorry.
I let out a single tear.
Only one.
God, I just cute. That's all I can say. Cute.
Yeah.
Wait, look at who he's straight for. Name them. Is it K? I'll kill K.
Oh my god, I'm blanking.
For $1, name a man.
You sweating?
Man, who would I be straight for? Can't think of a single person. You know who I would be gay for, though?
Luna. Understandable.
Violet.
Aww.
Go play video games.
Yugimoto! I would not be gay for Yugimoto.
But straight.
Oh, I would not be straight for Yugimoto, yeah.
She missed the question. She just heard name a man.
This is a mess.
Let's play a video game.
Let's play a video game. Luna and I stepped out of the AB room.
Why?
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
What happened to... It's not fair to betray someone who isn't voting.
Well, you know.
I thought...
You know.
I do love that they could have given him wishy-washy dialogue, and instead he has a very purposeful character choice that you're then just breaking.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Oh, did I freeze again? Motherfucker. I'm so frozen in the stop time. I can't move at all in the stop time.
Are you?
Yeah, I am.
Oh. Oh, okay, you just got stuck.
I love technology so much. Oh.
Did someone say men? Lila produces a binder.
No, no one said men. Sorry. The only man allowed in our hearts is... Oh, wait. Worthy and Charles and Raven.
And Cookie.
Oh.
And Cookie. Wait, is that all of them?
Oh, that was really cute. I was waiting for an opportunity to make a joke where I'm like, wait, what?
Uh-oh.
Did he die?
No, that was the joke. That was really good. Oh.
You just Back to the Future style fade out.
Yeah,
like...
Morphe ceases to exist. He was never here.
Yeah, like I'm checking the list of people in this server, and yeah, there's a distinct lack of cis men in here, aside from a very small handful.
Wow, that's weird.
I wonder why that is.
It's almost like I attract a certain type of person or something.
Yeah, great people.
Wait. Oh, I see what you're saying. I understand completely. Cis men cannot be great aside from the ones that are already here. Even I didn't really understand why I'd picked Betray instead. It had almost felt unconscious, like some other part of my mind was making the decision. Perhaps I'd been possessed by some sort of evil spirit that had moved my finger to the Betray button against my will. Huh. Hey, is that me? Am I evil spirit?
You can be whatever you want to be.
Oh. I want to be your girlfriend.
I have news for you.
Whoa!
Stop, you're gonna make me blow out my vocal cords for saying aw so much.
Right, well, we should go see the results.
We already know what they are. It's just simple math.
The look in her eyes was more painful than any punch I'd ever taken. I turned away and almost ran toward the projector. Anything to get away from those eyes. Her eyes!
It's staring at me with them big ol' eyes.
Please.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Called it.
What? What?
Bet you didn't see that coming, huh?
What?
Praise across the board. The first ever all betray round.
In a round where it should have been impossible.
Points have been assigned or subtracted.
Hey, Vi, you know how I said that I would yell really loud at least one more time?
Please check your bracelet.
Making good on that.
Immediately.
Updated bracelet.
Alice appears in the AV room door. I lived, bitch.
What? It was impossible. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again.
No, how can Alice's vote be betray? That's not possible. What?
I lived, bitch.
Alice.
She's just standing there.
Menacingly.
Menacingly.
She was standing inside the second room from the left. The room that should have been empty. Why? My mind was still reeling. Where had she come from? I was trying to form a sentence. As I was trying to form a sentence, she began to move toward us. From around me, I heard a chorus of muted gasps. It seemed we were united in our surprise and confusion. Alice drew to a stop in front of me and glanced up at the display.
Thought you'd get an easy couple points, huh? Not so easy when you have to look your victim in the eye, is it? Coward.
Ooh.
Me? A coward? You've got some balls saying that to me after you picked betray. Why are you even here?
You gave me the antivirus, didn't you? Tenmyoji told me. Thank you. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, honestly.
But you should still be under the effects of the anesthetic.
Yes, well, I still am. A bit. I have a throbbing headache, and I can barely stand. It's horrible. I'm more resistant to anesthetics than most people.
Yeah? What's that?
She built different.
Result of my training. I have a feeling Zero Senior knew that.
I like how I asked and then she immediately, the very next sentence was the answer.
Yeah.
They gave me way more than the standard dose of that gas when they kidnapped me. In any event, a few minutes ago I woke up in the infirmary. Tenmyoji explained what was going on and I got here as fast as I could.
So you showed up right after we got into the AB room?
Yes. Right in the nick of time, too. About 10 seconds before the deadline, as I recall.
You did that just so you could betray us?
Right. What? Don't I get to do that? I mean, it turned out to be the right thing to do, didn't it? You two chose betray. If I'd stayed back there, I'd have lost 2 points.
So you're saying it was self-defense?
Yes.
You're full of shit. Self-defense my ass. You chose betray because you wanted out. You had 6 BP. If I'd picked ally, you would have had 9. That's what you were trying to do, right?
So what if I was?
Are you serious? You would have killed me. Look, I only have 1 BP. You were this close to murdering me. Just admit it. You were planning to kill me so you could escape.
Don't be stupid. I knew you'd choose betray. There was...
Tell the truth.
That is the truth. Why am I the only one getting the 3rd degree here? Look at those results.
2 other people just tried to kill someone.
That is true. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Fair.
Steve, Alice, you tried to kill the main character, though. There's a difference.
Yeah, there's a big difference there.
Yeah, Fight's not in trouble because, like, she knew Dio would pick the
She
train.
knows
There was
Dio.
no doubt. She was no chance of her ever endangering Tenyoji.
Yeah, exactly. Fi and Dio.
Yes. If Dio had chosen ally, Fi would have killed Tenmyoji.
Yeah. If is doing a lot of fucking legwork there, Alice.
Yeah, that is a big if.
Like, I don't think we want to be using Dio as our moral yardstick here.
No, we don't.
I don't want to be rude, but it looks like Clover and Kay tried to trick one another. Not that it seems to have worked. If either one had chosen ally, the other one would have 9 BP right now.
Here is where we realize that we all suck.
Yeah.
See, I love that it's built where, like, if we just cooperated and there was, like, 2 more Lunas, everyone could get to 9.
Yeah, that's true. I turned to look at the results again. Before, I'd only been looking at my own. I hadn't realized that there was only one word all across the roster. Betray. Whatever trust we'd managed to build had fallen apart. Everyone was suspicious of everyone else. Had it been the bombs? No, maybe. Or had it been something else? Whatever the reason, if it kept up, we'd never manage to escape. We'd be trapped in a cycle of 0-point rounds for the rest of our lives. Something had to be done. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Alright guys, pay attention. You've probably already figured this out, but we can't keep going like this. If we don't start being a little bit more trusting, we're never gonna get out of here. We need to work together. I might as well have been talking to a wall.
My apologies, Sigma, but I need to think on something for a bit. I would appreciate being left alone.
Okay.
I'll be leaving too. Things are getting a little too intense here for my delicate constitution.
I push him over and he shatters like glass.
Sorry.
Do it, Sigma.
Ew.
Well, in that case...
At 2-fi?
Yeah, sorry.
Without another word, she turned and left the warehouse. Dio and Kay quickly followed suit.
See? There's your answer. In the end, everyone's just thinking about themselves. So I would appreciate it if you could not treat me like I'm the only villain here. Come on.
Sigma pulls out the only Latin phrase he knows and gets no-sold by Fi.
Yeah, just like, nah.
Hold on! I'm coming! Are you feeling okay? I was really worried, you know?
What? Oh, I see. I watched them walk away, Clover practically jumping with delight to have Alice back. These bitches gay. Good for them.
Good for them.
Good for them.
Before long, they reached the yellow door and disappeared beyond it. Hey, champ. How's it going? You having a good day?
Everyone's gone.
Uh-huh. Cool. You aren't going to leave too?
No.
Are you sure? I chose Betray.
No, but I still believe in you, Sigma. I think your hand must have just slipped or something.
Once again, doing everything
Yeah.
she can to believe you didn't do that genuinely.
Yeah.
Right?
God bless her.
She tries so hard to be a good person, like,
Yeah.
when no one else does.
Yeah, which is extra hard in this gaggle of assholes.
Yeah.
I mean, the Prisoner's Dilemma is designed to bring this out. It's actually a really good, like, central hook of the game.
Yeah.
My chest hurt, and when I blinked, I felt something hot and wet prick the corners of my eyes. Luna, I bit my lip. Before I could think of anything to say, the metallic rumble of the doors closing echoed through the warehouse. This girl is Haru Persona 5's aunt. Yes.
Give Luna a big axe.
Well, no, this is in the future, so she'd be her niece.
True.
Or like great-granddaughter, depending on where we are.
As many times as we want, huh?
Yes, as long as we have the star keys.
As long as you have enough rupees.
That means we can keep playing the AB game over and over again.
God, I wish someone would make a Morshu edit with Luma.
Votes? Points?
My friend.
Your bracelet?
Why?
Do you remember what Zero Jr. said?
I'm just imagining her making that noise.
Yeah, I remember. Let's see here. I'm a cyan pair. What about you?
I'm a magenta pair.
Luna'd be like, swiping my card. I wonder what the others are.
They could be anything, I suppose.
Aww.
We won't know until we have a look.
Oh, they're in a quantum state, is what you're saying.
Some kind of feline.
We've got about 80 minutes until the next set of chromatic doors open. So what should we do now?
Everyone else has gone off on their own.
Yeah. Physically and emotionally. I really don't like how this is going. It won't matter how many times we repeat the AB game if nobody trusts anybody else. We'll never be able to get out of here.
Maybe it would help if we all had a common goal.
Escape?
Do we not already?
No, escape is an individual goal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we already got something like that. You don't want to get out of here? Thank you. That seems like a pretty clear goal to me, but everyone chose betray. Including me?
Well, what if we have an enemy?
Oh? An enemy?
Yes.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna break poor Luna's heart and cause infighting.
However.
Yeah.
However.
Wouldn't it be fucking wild if she just went, let's all go against Dio?
Let's all kick Dio's ass!
What if she pulled an Ozymandias and it's like, we need a common foe? I guess I'll take the mantle myself.
Oh, fuck!
Literally what she says.
Like the person who set the bombs, for instance.
After coming back from the lab, I told her about the bomb while she gave Alice and Cork the Accelavir.
Yeah, that might work.
Wait, hold on. I'm just realizing something. So if I went here and chose Ally, would Alice have still been in there and chosen I guess I'll find out. Yeah.
If we can figure out which one of us planted those bombs, then everyone else would work together against them.
Hold on.
E-I-O. I love how you got his ending first, so this is every other playthrough you're just like, I know who it is.
I know who it is!
Yeah, fuck this guy, in particular.
Right.
But how do we figure out who it is?
Did I delete it? Yeah, I sure did, didn't I?
Do you have any clues?
Clues, huh?
Wait, do we still have the memory card? That was in this timeline, right?
What, sorry?
The memory oh, that.
Oh.
Yeah.
that, right there.
That's right, the memory card?
I pulled it out of my pocket and held it out toward her.
What's this?
I told you, a memory card. It was under the bomb we found in the lab. I think whoever set the bomb dropped it.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what's on it though.
Oh, is this fucking evidence of who I see.
Folder on it just says evidence.zip.
Evidence.dio.zip.
We couldn't find any
My
memory,
plan.
any kind of memory card reader. My plan.
Sorry. My plans.docx.
Oh, I guess we can't really use it then.
No, hey, we can though.
Where do you spend all your time?
Where do you spend literally every second of your life? No, phone, can you stay plugged in, please? Thank you.
Yep.
It's a video of Dio going, I think Dio was right and the Joestars suck. Yeah? Uh-huh. Luna?
Oh, wait a second.
Please?
You know what? I think
There we
I might
go.
have seen something.
Huh?
Yes, I remember. The infirmary.
Oh.
There we
I saw it
go.
when I was searching the infirmary with Dio and
You
Cora.
sure did, babe.
There was a memory card just like that one. Yes.
Then
I think we can see what's on it. The computer there should be able to read it.
Okie dokie. Luna and I exploded into the infirmary, nearly running into Alice, Clover, and Tenmyoji. Pork was there as well, of course, but he was just as we left him, asleep on the bed.
What are you doing here?
Hi. I opened my mouth to retort, then thought better of it. If I really wanted people to start trusting each other, well, real change starts at home. Okay. As quickly as I could, I explained the second bomb in the memory card and how we'd come to the infirmary in hopes that we could discover the contents of the latter.
Okay.
Then stick it in already.
Thanks, Clover.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Screenshot.
Just as Luna had said, there was a small slot under the screen exactly the right size to fit a memory card. Within moments, the screen was filled with what appeared to be random letters. Let me see.
The first 3 words you see are how 2022 will go.
No.
Let's
I'm not
see.
strong enough.
Let's see.
There really isn't any words here.
There are no words.
I can see the word 1 and LED, I guess.
I can also see LED. Huh. What is this?
Gamer setup will be upgraded to include LED lights.
Oh, cool.
It looks like the odd rows use one set of letters, and the even rows use another set.
In other words, the first 2 rows just repeat.
Yeah.
is this some kind of code or something?
It doesn't look random to me. I think there might be a pattern. I just don't know what it is.
Was there anything else on there?
No, it doesn't look like it.
So all we got is this gibberish? Hey, Alice, you haven't said anything for a while. What's up?
Does any of this look familiar to you, Clover?
What do you mean?
Have you seen something like this before?
Huh?
Maybe during your training?
Training?
This is...
So you do recognize it.
All right, knock it off, you two. How about you share it with the rest of the class?
Yeah, give us the answer. Let's copy your homework. Alice sighed and stretched her neck from side to side.
I believe this is an encoded message from a terrorist organization.
Oh, cool.
What?
Imagine getting this first without like their backstory stuff.
Right?
They call themselves the Myrmidons.
The what? Sorry?
Myrmidons.
The Myrmidons?
Myrmidons, yeah.
I'm not sure that's how that's pronounced.
It's Greek, so I think it probably is. Wait 1 second. I have a Greek person I can ask. Hey, hon.
Hey, wait.
Dave? I have a question.
Cut to our Greek correspondent live on the field.
Expert.
Is the Greek word pronounced Myrmidon or Myrmidon?
Oh, I don't know.
Thank you for your service.
It's not like grammar or anything that you'd actually use.
I guess we'll never know.
I love El Casti so much.
I think I woke her from a nap.
Oh no!
Oh no!
No, we're messaging. She awake.
Okay, good.
Okay. Myrmidons. Why did I say it like that?
Myrmidons.
Myrmidons. For some reason I felt like I'd heard that name before. Uh-huh.
What are the Myrmidons?
Put simply, They're a bunch of thugs who are trying to destroy or dismantle most of human civilization.
Cool.
So this thing we're looking at, you think it's theirs?
Well,
I looked it up,
codes,
and it gave me the British pronunciation, which is Mummadon.
What?
Mummy doll?
I'm just gonna copy paste this into the chat because it is the funniest thing. Like, how do you read this word and get this pronunciation?
Mummadon?
Oh god, is it the phonetic alpha? Yeah.
Mummadon.
Oh no, it's that's just awful.
Mummydon.
Then the bomb? It was set by one of the Myrmidons, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, I can't say for sure, of course, but it seems likely.
I'm so sorry, Nap. That sucks.
No.
Oh.
Damn, I've got a ton of questions for you. But let me start with this one. What the fuck does that thing say?
Let Sigma say fuck.
I don't know.
Everyone else gets to.
Yeah.
What?
How am I supposed to decode it? I don't have the key. Without a key, it would take literally hundreds of years to decode.
What about you, Clover?
Well, if Alice doesn't know how, I sure don't.
See.
Not much we can do then. We can come back to that code stuff later. I've got another question. Alice, Clover, who the hell are you? What do you know about this code?
That's...
You told me your job was to eliminate enemies of the state or something like that? So what the hell kind of job is that? I think it's time you told us what you did.
Sorry, but I can't.
Why not?
Because you might be one of them. You might be the person who set the bomb.
Wait, didn't Dio give you a key when you were astronauts on the moon? No, that was the code to the bomb. To deactivate it.
Bomb.
Yeah.
That's idiotic. Of course I'm not.
And where's your proof? For all I know, you're my enemy. I can't tell you anything.
I'm not your enemy. I'm your ally. I'm your friend. I just want all of us to get out of here. Just please tell us. Please. We need to find out who did this so we can all escape. We have too little information. We need your help. Fine. You want to tell us about yourself and just tell us about the Myrmidons? What else do you know about them?
I'm sorry.
Before I could blink, she leapt up and ran out of the room. Oh, she playing it so cool.
Hey, wait, Alice.
I took off after her. Yeah, of course you did. The transmitter had the key.
Until you tell me what you know?
Why don't you just ask Clover? You
Clover?
already know she works with me.
Well, yeah.
Then why don't you...
I wanted to hear it from you.
Why?
That's a good question. Remember the crew quarters or this garden? We got paired up for 2 separate rounds. That means I've spent more time with you than anybody else here. Maybe that's it. I guess I'm just curious about you.
What are you talking about?
Oh. She spun around to hide it, but I caught a blush of red on her cheeks. Oh, we gon' fuck. We walked down the path to where it ended next to the pond. I stayed silent. Alice sat down on the bench. We gazed at the smooth surface of the pond for several long minutes before she began to speak.
You don't hate me?
Oh, I forgot it was here too.
Oh no.
What? Why?
I tried to kill you.
You mean in the AB game?
Yes. I was so scared. Who wouldn't be? Kidnapped and locked up, forced to play some sort of bizarre game. And then we found that bomb. I know I probably sounded calm, but as soon as we found that thing, all I wanted to do was run away from it as fast as I could. Things just went downhill from there.
What do you mean?
I remember hearing that Quark had collapsed and running to the infirmary with everyone else. When I got there, I realized I couldn't understand what anyone was saying, and everything looked... I don't know how to describe it. It was like watching a video on fast forward, only it was real. Then I started to feel like... It's hard to explain.
Alice got the click remote.
Oh no.
I guess you could say
Shut
I
up.
didn't
That
feel like I was myself.
That means
Only
that
got worse.
she's gonna have an unearned sad ending.
Oh no!
That was probably the Radical
Yeah,
Six.
I think so. I don't remember much after that. But when I woke up in the infirmary, suddenly all that fear was back. So all I could think about was getting out of this place as fast as I could. It never even crossed my mind that it could kill you. God help me, even if it had, I don't think I would have cared. See? I'm horrible. You hate me, don't you?
Yeah, you kind of suck, Alice.
Just do it!
I'm in an awkward spot to freeze on it.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah.
What? Do what?
Kill me! Get it over with!
What the hell, Alice? I'm not going to kill you. I don't even hate you.
You're lying! I could have killed you! I would have killed you!
Come on, calm down. No one's killing anyone.
A single tear rolled down Alice's cheek, then another and another, leaving shining lines across her face. When I reached out, I saw her tense just slightly. Slowly, I brushed my thumb across her cheek and off, taking her tears with it. Aw, Sigma good.
Honestly, so tender.
Yeah.
You know, you kind of remind me of my father.
Oh, okay.
That's who you were after, right? The people who killed your dad?
Yes.
Did they have anything to do with the Myrmidons?
Will you promise not to tell Clover that I cried?
Come on.
Keep your mouth shut. I'll tell you what you want to know. About myself. And about the Myrmidons. Deal?
Sure. My lips are sealed.
Really?
What crying? I don't remember any crying.
Good. Alright then.
Oh, is this going to be a lot of text?
It
Probably.
is.
Okay.
You want even to take over voice duties, or you good?
I am still good. I don't think I've done all that much talking today yet.
Cool.
Oh, but it's been 4 hours. Maybe I have. It's fine. I am powerful.
You are powerful.
Alice took a deep breath and began. Oh, I guess I didn't read Quark's entire letter. That was a thing.
Yeah, you did.
That was really good though. Like we were all silent during that.
Yeah. Well, you
I mean,
cut in once, I think, but it
probably because I was sobbing.
It was for a good bit.
Oh no, that was the Mr. Magoo part. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah.
Mr. Magoo part. That was right at the start. My father is Egyptian, but my mother is French. They met while my mother was in Egypt on vacation and married shortly thereafter. When I was 3, we all moved to the US. My father was a scientist, and his field was cloning. Huh? Okay. He was recruited by an American lab, which was why we moved. Both of my parents had used English around me from the time I was born, so I didn't have any problems adapting to life in the United States. By my 9th birthday, we'd been there for 6 years. That was when it happened. In the middle of the day, my mother showed up at school. Her eyes were red and puffy, but she didn't say anything to me on the drive home. When we arrived, there were several policemen there to meet us. My father had always been a very punctual man, and when dinner time came and went with no sign of him, even I began to realize something terrible had happened. It wasn't until several years later that I finally learned the truth. My father's lab had been attacked by terrorists and he had been kidnapped. Okay. For the rest of my childhood, my mother raised me by herself. I didn't realize it then, but it must have been incredibly difficult for her as a single mother, alone in the country, where any relatives were a transatlantic flight away. She did her best not to let me see it, but every so often when she thought she was alone, the mask would fall away, and in every line of her face I could see exhaustion and loneliness. As much as I missed my father, it was those moments that made me wish more than anything that he'd never been taken. Fortunately, I was an excellent student and did especially well in math. I earned a full-ride scholarship straight out of high school and spent the next several years studying. After graduation, I took a job with the Department of Defense, hoping that they might have the resources to help me look for my father. I was immediately assigned to the Special Office of Internal Security. Their purpose is to investigate and sometimes deal with terrorist organizations and other serious threats to the state. I could tell my mother wasn't happy about my decision, but she chose to remain silent about it. Eventually, I learned that the terrorist organization that had taken my father was none other than the Myrmidons, although at the time that name didn't mean anything to me. They were suspected of human cloning. Specifically, it was thought that they had been using cloning techniques to copy their most useful members and expand their ranks. I don't believe that at all.
Most useful members?
The Myrmidons apparently believed that they could use cloning to create a new race of humans. Now, at last, I knew the reason for my father's abduction. The commander of the Myrmidons is a man named Left. We know his name and his gender, but not his appearance or his age. The Myrmidons are closely associated with a cult known as Free the Soul. We believe that Free the Soul provides their funding. But trying to pin any kind of misdeeds on the cult's leader, a man named Brother, is like trying to nail Jello to a wall. Brother is supposed to be fairly advanced in years, and rumors say he's so old he can't even get out of bed. Unfortunately, his mind seems to be as sharp as ever. At that point, I hit a wall. I knew the Myrmidons had been behind my father's kidnapping, but that was all I could learn about them. Then, one day, I got a tip that some of them were hiding in a building in the Nevada desert. I headed out immediately. On the way there, my car had some engine trouble and stalled out. I was trying to decide what to do when an SUV appeared out of nowhere. I'll give you one guess who was behind the steering wheel. Clover. That was the first time we met. There were 4 other people in the car with her, and when I asked them what they were doing, And when I asked them what they were doing, all I got was just about the last answer I'd expected. God, that's an awkward sentence. They told me they'd been locked up inside of the very building I'd been on my way to investigate, and that they were currently in pursuit of the people who had kidnapped them in the first place. My priorities shifted very quickly. After a short discussion, I convinced them to allow me to come along. My hope was to find the people they were chasing, who I was certain were Myrmidons. In the end, however, we were unable to track them down. In fact, I still don't know where they might have gone. Eventually, I took Clover and her companions to SOIS headquarters. We decided that involving the police would only complicate things. After some questioning, it was determined that the people who had instigated this particular event were not connected to the Myrmidons. We did, however, discover that the mysterious disappearance and subsequent reappearance of several children 9 years prior was connected to Free the Soul. There was also a 6th person in the SUV, although they weren't riding in it per se. A middle-aged man, who I'll just call H for now, had been bound and placed in the trunk. I wonder who that could be. According to the other 4, he had been behind the disappearance of the children 9 years earlier. We also learned that his pharmaceutical company, a major player on the world stage, was effectively controlled by Free the Soul. More specifically, I suppose, H was a member of Free the Soul and very committed to their cause. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense.
It does.
So why had he kidnapped all those children? Apparently it had been part of an experiment designed to test the ability of certain people to access what's called the morphogenetic field. Is this the first time this has been mentioned in the entire game so far? No, Clover mentioned it too.
Clover, I don't think she used the phrase, but she mentioned her powers. Yeah.
Mention her powers. What did Rose message? Aw. She actually messaged me something sweet. That's unlike her.
Aw.
I don't imagine you've ever heard of it before, so I'll try and give you a quick rundown. Simply put, these people can access a sort of field that allows their consciousness to resonate with the consciousnesses of certain other people. To be honest, it might be simpler to just call it telepathy. The SOIS had heard of this particular ability before and had actually used it in a number of investigations, so I wasn't surprised to learn of its existence. I was shocked, however, to learn that these experiments had been carried out by a member of Free the Soul. If that was the case, then Brother must have known about it. The thought of him discovering a way to control and harness that power was terrifying. It wasn't too long after the incident in Nevada that another tip about the Myrmidons crossed my desk. This time it claimed that the Myrmidons intended to launch a large-scale biological terrorist attack. My bosses decided that we needed more agents to deal with a threat of that magnitude, and Clover was recruited. Because she'd been a test subject in H's experiment, we knew she had the ability to access the morphogenetic field, and we wanted to put that ability to use. After several months of training, she was sent on her first mission. She would be tasked with the infiltration and investigation of a Myrmidon cloning lab. I was assigned to be her commanding officer. I hoped that her investigation might also give me a lead on my father's whereabouts. At last, I had a chance to find out what had happened to him. I wouldn't let that chance pass me by. Perhaps that was what kept me from noticing the truth. The whole operation was a trap. Oh, right, that's what I saw before. Clover tied to a chair.
Yeah.
The lab was fake, and Clover was captured almost immediately. I got there as fast as I could, but when I arrived, the building was only an empty shell. All of the conspirators who had pretended to be researchers and the like had already fled. I searched frantically for Clover until, at last, in a basement room, I found her. She had been tied to a chair, but on the floor next to her was another body. It was my father. He looked as if he'd just been dumped there, and when I got to him, his body was already cold. He was covered in dark, ugly bruises. It wasn't until later that I learned he had died from ruptured organs and internal bleeding. They had beaten him to death. As soon as Clover had been captured, a Myrmidon in a mask had come to visit her. He'd said that unless she wanted to end up like my father, she would leave them alone and tell her masters at the SOIS to do likewise. In retrospect, they must have known who I was and who my father was. That was why they'd killed him. Perhaps they'd thought they were sending a message to me. Or that once he was gone, I'd lose my reason for chasing them. They were very, very wrong. I took Clover with me and left. I tried to console myself with the fact that I had, at least, been able to save her. Sometime later, I received a call from the coroner. He told me there was something I needed to see. There in the morgue was my father, cold and pale on a steel table. I could barely stand to look at him, but the coroner insisted. On his arm were 2 rows of numbers comprised of 8s and 9s. It took me a moment to recognize my father's handwriting. He had carved them into his own skin. On his chest was another message, but they were letters this time, not numbers. Not many, just enough to make a short sentence. I love you, Alice. Oh, fuck.
Damn.
I broke down crying right there in the morgue. They were the first tears I'd shed since the operation had started, and there was no stopping them. There would be no forgiveness. Not for the monsters who'd put my father through this. They'd destroyed my family. I would make them pay, even if I had to die to do it. That night I made a promise to myself. I would avenge my father. It didn't take long to figure out that the numbers he'd written were latitude and longitude. They pointed to a chemical factory that had been disguised as an abandoned building. Further investigation revealed that it was the mother lode we'd been looking for, the headquarters of the Myrmidons. I think my father must have known how things would turn out. Knowing he was going to die, he'd written the directions to our enemy's fortress on his own body. He'd sacrificed too much for me to waste this opportunity with recklessness. This time, our operation would succeed. This time, I wouldn't let my excitement put Clover or any of my other agents in danger. So we took our time. We gathered information, we did our research, and we planned. Finally, we were ready. December 25th, 2028 was going to be the day we finally set foot inside the Myrmidon stronghold. But then, on the 22nd, only 3 days before the operation was scheduled to begin, a man in the gas mask appeared.
So you inhaled that gas, passed out, and woke up here in the 8B room?
Yes. Well, there it is. Everything that's happened with the Myrmidons and me. I left a few of the details out, of course, but you get the idea.
That's fine.
Yeah. Thanks.
He gave me a sad sort of smile and stood up. A pretty heavy stream, huh?
Yeah. Cascade, baby.
Oh.
Yep.
Not yet. Your story explained a lot, but there's still one big question.
Which is?
Who here is a Myrmidon? One of us planted the bombs. And based off the code we found, it's pretty clear that person is a Myrmidon.
Yes.
Right? And I agree that we need to figure out who they
What
are.
do you propose we do?
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about. Do you have any clues?
Clues? Well, if I could decrypt that code, it might tell us something, but...
How can we do
I
that?
told you. We need a key. Without that, it's pointless.
What's a key?
A key is a key. It allows you to sort of unlock a code. Myrmidons usually use this huge string of numbers as a key.
Wait, a long string of numbers? Could that be... Ow! Whoa!
Whoa.
He remembered it. He remembered it!
What the hell?
Sigma, are you okay? Are you having a conniption?
The Amogus code is real! I was
Your
almost
friend.
I was almost as surprised as she was. The numbers had just kind of appeared in my mind, and I was saying them before I knew what I was doing. Alice looked at me incredulously, and I stared back.
Where did... Wait. Can you say that again?
No.
That's 198,449,300.
And she is good at math.
She is good at math.
What?
If he had a normal human memory, he would forget every number the minute it's said.
Absolutely.
Prime factor composition on that number gets you 198,449,351 to the third power.
I wonder how many takes the voice actress had to do to say that number correctly.
I wonder, yeah.
You're talking about reducing an integer to a series of prime numbers that you multiply together to get it, right? Like, if you have 30, then you'd get 2 times 3 times 5, right?
Exactly. You probably learned that in junior high, right?
So you're saying... Yeah. And if you multiply it by itself 3... Yeah.
Yes.
He's really freaking smart.
Yeah.
Tell me you just did all of that in your
I
head.
did do all of that in my head. Simple mental arithmetic.
Simple?
Simple.
Badass.
What? No way. That's impossible.
Told you. I'm better at math than most people.
Luka, you're... You remember that tweet I made that was like, video game character, I can perform prime factorization in a 25 on a 25-digit number in my head, and I said I would literally die for you.
Yeah, I remember
I was
this.
literally after this.
Oh my god.
That's not better at
Look
math.
at you. You just recited a huge string of numbers. That seems pretty astounding, too. Where did you find that number anyway?
Is a single number math?
That got me because I literally got to that part of the video today.
Yeah,
like,
same here.
Like immediately before the stream. I didn't know what to say. What would I tell her? That it just came to me?
Can't tell me, huh? Fine. I'm pretty sure that's the key to the code, though. I know the Myrmidons use prime factors for their keys. And there aren't a lot of 25-digit numbers that turn out to be the third power of a prime number. I think
I would just take her word for any of this.
Yep.
Specifically created by someone.
Could you explain that with small words? Preferably one syllable?
Well, look at the prime factors of your number. 198,449,351 to the third power. I think that's our hint for cracking the code. You still don't get it? Try to remember the code we saw in the infirmary. What did it say on the monitor?
I think the first row was...
That.
And the second row?
Cool.
Cool.
I think. And they just repeat?
Wow, you've got a pretty impressive memory.
Yeah, he sure does, doesn't he? That's weird.
It is also just like, if he didn't have that, then nothing would happen ever.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It is a matter of
It's a lot
narrative
of weight,
convenience
I know.
that he has
Yeah.
a photographic memory.
It was 781. Game over.
Well, keep going. How do we decode that?
Use 198,449,351 to point you to the right letters.
I hope she got like a bonus pay after this conversation was recorded.
I hope so. How do we do that?
The first number is 1, so take the first letter. The next number is 9, so go 9 letters over from the first one. Then 8 from that one. Just keep going until you get something. Make sense?
I ran over what she'd said in my head. The prime number Alice had given me was that. So what would we get if we picked out letters like she'd explained? Yeah, I'm not going to bother doing it myself, I think.
Yeah.
The first letter would be C from the top left. Then you'd move 9 to the right, which would give you O. Then 8 more to the right. Eventually we get a word. And that word was... Oh.
Joke's on you, you're gonna do it.
I have to do it. Okay, wait, I have to write this down.
Yeah.
Very rude they don't keep the number up.
4.
Well, to be fair, the dialogue right now is saying, do you remember the number?
Yeah.
You might want to write this down.
Do you remember it like Sigma?
Oh, I don't...
Archives?
Oh.
Yeah, check the archives. You might have the newspaper excerpt.
They could just have both
Keep going.
on the screen.
Well, I guess we're loading.
Wait, they actually just don't have it?
Nope. Because I have...
Oh, I thought... Huh.
Well...
Hold on, I'm gonna see if
Would it be so hard to have it up with a number in front of it? Because you're going to look at both anyway.
Hey, you know what I'm noticing right now?
Fucking screenshot of this myself. What was that?
I can't access the flow.
Oh.
Hmm.
Alright, do we just have screenshots we can use?
Yeah, that would work.
You could literally look at the VOD.
Yeah. If you just get a screenshot of it, that would work. Yo, escape fucked up and evil moments.
Oh yeah, the thumbnail on Discord for me is there. But the moment I like click away, that'll change.
Oh no.
Hold on. God, that was almost perfect.
Oh, I found it.
Mean to have it.
I'll go and throw it in the chat.
Yeah.
Cool. It is there, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you for my life.
You're welcome.
Good luck.
Oh. Oh, I'm frozen again. Don't die? What the fuck? I only get to half enjoy this pet.
Oh.
Man, it's been acting up a lot more than usual today. Oops.
Homophobic, to be honest.
Yeah, really. Like, come on. I wonder what that is. Oh, Wayne was streaming? What the fuck? Oh, I streamed Dead by Daylight. Gross.
Yeah, people. I think I saw on Twitter today that he's assuming that they're like 100% done with the NFT stuff because of a bunch of the changes they made to Pinhead in the game. Like,
oh yeah.
Like they re-added his voice lines, even though the NFT people were like, "Well, the only way to get the voice lines is to get the NFT."
Oh, really?
Yeah, and there's absolutely zero reference to the promised skins that the NFT said they're going to add in the game's files. So people are assuming that they got scammed, and now they're kind of embarrassed by it and are trying to shuffle aside.
Wayne is streaming Slay the Spire now. Oh, did he stop playing Dead by Daylight?
He did, yeah. His plan was to kind of do a bit of both.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's I saw Wayne tweet today something like, well, I guess I can play. I guess I can safely play DBD again or something like that.
I'm gonna have to look into that a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know any of the specifics of it.
So the first number is 1, so I start at C.
Yeah, C and then O are the first two they
C
gave you.
and then O.
Puzzle, 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 puzzle. Puzzle, puzzle, puzzle.
Yeah, there's a lot of puzzle.
So full from puzzle.
Full. Oh my god. Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be complete. And then 1, so it's completed. Okay.
Completed.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll go back to streaming Dead by Daylight, honestly. Like,
Yeah,
I miss it and everything, but we can just play VHS when it comes out.
Yeah.
I did it. Completed.
Like,
that's it. That's the answer. Yeah?
They are adding Sadako in March, though.
They are adding Sadako in March. Boy, that sure is tempting, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess we'll see how we feel. If we're really missing it, we can do like a once in a while special treat or whatever.
Yeah.
We just won't make it a mainstay game because we gotta make Kingsfield the most streamed game on the channel in 2021.
Absolutely.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I did exactly what you told me to do, and the word I got is completed. Well, actually, it's completed. The code and the letters repeat every 2 lines. It just repeats.
Well, I can't remember the code like you can, but if you're certain, I believe you.
I'm definitely certain.
All right then. I wonder what completed is supposed to mean though.
What? Aside from the obvious, you mean? I'm guessing here it means mission complete. So that's what the transmitter was for.
Huh?
Huh?
What are you talking about?
What?
What transmitter?
I barely even heard her. Suddenly my mind was full of memories that hadn't been there a moment before. It was like a wave had washed away the sand, revealing a bed of precious gems underneath. Brain unlock.
Oh, Holy Father,
Yeah. Now we know who did the bombs. Damn it. Oh, that's not Sigma. Why hadn't I realized it before? I could remember a series of numbers, but not this? At least I remembered it now. Dio was a member of the Myrmidons. And not just any member, he was their leader. Wait. Is that right?
Yeah, he claimed he was like the best clone. Like,
right.
He's not the leader of Free the Soul, but he's the leader of the Myrmidons.
He is left.
He is left, yeah.
Okay.
They're all clones of Left, but he's the only one that was considered competent enough to take the name, which really makes me question the integrity of this organization.
Right. Okay. That meant he had to be the one who'd planted the bombs.
But yeah, is this a gate if you hadn't done that ending at that point?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, you need to get this one. You need to have completed the laboratory so that you know that the IG replicator exists, and you have to.
And then after the password, you need to do DO and
exactly.
Yeah.
Answer my question. What the hell was that? What's this about a transmitter?
I didn't trust myself to try and explain it to her. More than likely, she'd just think I was insane. Even I could barely make sense of the sudden influx of new information.
Wait. Don't tell me you're one of the Myrmidons.
If I was, do you really think I'd reveal myself like this?
Out of nowhere, Clover appeared.
Suddenly, Clover.
Suddenly. Hi.
There you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Really?
We're all down in the floor B warehouse.
Why?
Well, all of us but Luna and Clark.
Why?
You've still got 45 minutes until the white doors open.
I know that.
Okay. Oh, okay. Hey, wait a minute. I thought you, Kay, and Quark didn't know about the white doors.
Yoji told us about them. He said he'd show us where they were, so we all followed him down to the Floor B warehouse.
I'm assuming you left Quark with Luna?
Yeah, anyway, when we showed up, Vi and Kay were already there. Well,
So?
all of a sudden, Vi, Tenmyoji, and Dio all started yelling at each other.
What?
Why? Did something happen?
According to Clover, the last AB game had been the cause of their fight. Even though Tenmyoji only had one BP, Fi had chosen Betray. They started a fight, and since Dio had pressed Betray on behalf of his team, eventually he got dragged in too. Ah.
That seems odd. Fi only had one BP too. Your choice seems like a perfectly valid defensive move.
Ugh, just come with me.
God, just stop.
Kay's trying to calm them down.
They're really arguing over nothing. This isn't the time!
Okay. Come on, Alice, let's go.
This game's so good.
Yeah.
Like, I will submit that 999 is probably like a better made game, but it's like
999 has better puzzles. I will say that.
But yeah, I just love how like this game is so much weirder, and I love how ambitious it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's so many.
ambitious.
This is the first real Ichikoshi game where like everyone's experience could be really different depending on what you do shit in.
Absolutely, yeah.
Something he kind of sticks with.
All four of them were still there when we arrived. They seemed to have calmed down a bit, but the tension in the air was almost visible. I felt like I'd stepped into a room full of flammable gas. Even the smallest spark could turn the whole place into a raging inferno. Now is the time to tell everybody that it's Dio and that we should kill him. Even Kay, usually so calm and collected, was standing ramrod straight with his hand balled into a fist at his side. I looked at Alice, pursed my lips, and then headed over to the angry knot of people occupying most of the room.
Clover told me what's going on. This whole thing is stupid. You need to knock it off.
Stupid? What about this is stupid? We're talking about my life, you self-righteous dick.
I know, but yelling at each other isn't going to solve your problem. The best thing for us to do right now is to trust each other and get through this. Wouldn't you agree?
Hard to trust someone who tried to kill me.
Same to you. Told you letting Dio vote was a stupid idea. What did you think he was gonna do? You might as well have pressed the button yourself.
I couldn't just leave Quark alone.
That's no excuse. And where do you get off telling me I shouldn't have picked Betray? Did you even think that through?
No.
What? I was supposed to pick Ally? If I'd done that, I'd be dead right now.
I could say the same thing to you. Damn good thing Dio didn't choose Ally.
When would he ever?
You're like, yeah, about Dio.
Yeah, hey. That's why I came here, actually.
For both of you. Sigma's right. This isn't the time to be bickering with each other.
Oh, you don't get to talk. You try
No!
Baron's still the all betrayal team.
Brave of you to speak right now, Dio.
Perhaps. But I think that's better than merely killing someone.
Well, I only did it so that she wouldn't kill Tenmyoji.
Oh, god damn it. Enough already. I roared with fury and my voice echoed and rebounded off the walls of the warehouse. Everyone fell silent. I didn't know how long that silence would last, so I decided to put it all on the table. There was only one way I was going to be able to take control of the situation. Guys, listen to me. We really don't have time for this. I was met with a number of glares, but I soldiered on. See, the thing is, I figured out who planted the bombs. Sure fucking did, didn't I?
What? Is this what you were talking about earlier?
Sort of, yeah. I know which one of you it is.
Well, spit it out then.
Please, explain what's going on here.
I don't think I need to. They're going to admit their guilt in just a few minutes.
What?
You're all going to hear it straight from the horse's mouth? Or I guess I should say Dio's mouth?
What are you on? You think I set those bombs?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Hey, if you're gonna accuse me, you better have some pretty damn good evidence, pal.
I'm not accusing you. I'm just stating a fact.
Oh yeah? Where the hell did you get that fact?
Fun as it was, I knew taunting alone wouldn't be enough to make Dio confess. He just played dumb. He was good at it, and I'd get nothing. That meant I was going to have to trick him. Well, you see, I'm actually from Free the Soul.
Free the Soul? What's that? Some kind of hippie shoe company?
Don't play dumb, Dio. Or should I call you Left? Brother ordered me to come here to keep an eye on you.
It was quick, but for just a moment I saw his eyes twitch. I leapt on that moment of weakness like a hungry dog on a steak.
But skepticism is understandable, admirable even. Or perhaps this will convince you.
I pressed forward, pulling out every fact I could remember. I told Dio about brother's background, and how his younger brother Left had been murdered. I mentioned casually that the Myrmidons were all clones of a single person.
So, still not convinced? How about this?
Oh, yeah.
Numbers.
If I'm not who I say I am, how on earth could I possibly know that?
No, that's not possible.
Finally. So, let's start over, shall we? I was sent here to watch your every move. It seems our wise and noble brother doesn't trust you. He suspects betrayal.
No, you're lying.
I assure you, I'm not. But if you don't believe me, why don't you go outside and call him yourself with your transmitter?
No! You have to be lying! Brother trusts me! That's why he chose me for this mission! Why would he make me the leader of the Myrmidons if he...
Huh? Sorry, what was that?
Said, why would he have made me the leader of the Myrmidons if...
I grinned.
Wait, what the hell? Are you fucking kidding me?
Man, you're so fucking bad at your job.
How does it feel?
He's realizing how stupid he is.
Oh my god.
Sorry, Dio. I've never even seen brother.
What the hell was all that? How did you know all those things?
Oh, you know.
Maybe I was divinely inspired.
Give me that shit!
What's going on?
What are these Myrmidons?
Hey, Alice? Got him. You and I stared at one another while Clover and Tenmyoji quickly explained to Phi and Kay about the memory card and the number 2 bomb and about the code we found that was from a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. You know, all that jazz.
So you mean to say someone from the Myrmidons planted the bombs?
Yeah.
And Dio pretty much just admitted to doing it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Bastards. I'll never forgive you.
I heard a low, furious muttering behind me and turned to see Alice, her lips pulled back into a snarl.
I am going to kill you!
Fuck yeah! Do it!
Yeah.
Her voice rose to a scream as she charged toward Dio. He ducked out of the way smoothly and pulled something from his pocket.
Whoa there.
Oh. I understand immediately.
I like my women a little feisty. But you're taking it a little too far, sweetheart. Tone it down.
What?
You see this? You know what it is, don't you?
Oh my god. Is that the detonator?
Exactly. And I assume you know what happens if I press this button?
Yes. I think I do. I'm guessing it'll set off both of the bombs.
Well, I wouldn't say both.
You mean there's still a number 1 bomb we haven't found?
Correct.
And also a number 0 bomb, just
There's
for the
one
record.
more, too.
Yeah, there we go.
No. There are 4 bombs?
Exactly.
Well, Clover can count.
I planted 4 bombs.
One
He's not a special
bomb.
agent for nothing.
They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3. There's also one more.
I love her just picturing just her counting on her fingers, like 4 bombs.
What? Hold on. Give me a sec. Hold on. 4 bombs. Got it.
3 fingers on one hand, 1 finger on another.
Look, see, in her portrait, she's holding up her fingers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's so weirdly worded, just so you don't know the last one is 0, and then he just says it anyway.
Add all that up, you're looking at about 4 tons of explosive power. Those go off, and it's all over. That's enough oomph to turn this whole place into a smoking crater.
Aren't you forgetting something?
That'd kill you too.
So, I'm ready for that. I've got spares.
Spares? Is that what Sigma was talking about?
Fuck you!
Yeah. Clones.
I heard Alice whisper something to Clover.
Let's go, Clover. Show him all that training wasn't for nothing.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Right.
Oh my god, is Clover gonna do something finally?
Has she ever felt like a secret agent, even for like a second?
Not even a second.
He's still training.
She's still, she's still in training. Bimbo in training. Before I had a chance to ask them what was going on, they moved.
Die, you bastard! Yeah!
She roared and leapt toward Dio, Clover following just behind. Alice threw a punch at Dio's face, and as he dodged, Clover spun out from behind her. Oh my god. Dio grunted and turned to focus on Alice, but Clover darted in and snatched the detonator from his hand. Fuck yeah!
Clover, get him! Right!
Sick him!
Sigma, catch!
Uh-huh. Before I could respond, Clover had thrown the detonator at me. I scrambled to grab it out of the air.
Files.
This is.
If it was, you would be able to fail this catch and just die.
Oh, I would love that. I scrambled to grab it out of the air and held it to my chest.
Damn it! Stop! Let me go! Still let go of me, you asshole!
Why? Why would we do that?
Takes one to know one, bitch.
Yelling didn't do him any good, and Dio found himself subdued by the skillful teamwork of Alice and Clover. Fuck yeah. Strangely, though, once they had a hold of him, he stopped struggling. I was reminded of a gazelle with its neck in the mouth of a lion. Had he surrendered? Or did he have some trick up his sleeve? It didn't feel right. I didn't have to wait long for my misgivings to prove true. Uh-oh. The detonator in my hand suddenly began to flash. What?
Ha! Serves you right.
Uh-oh.
What are you laughing at?
You, her, all of you. God, you're stupid.
What? Why?
See that detonator you threw to Sigma? You activated it. If it gets more than a meter away from me, it sets itself
Oh,
off.
fuck.
Figured someone
I
might
hate
try
that
to
shit.
take it away, so we put in a little safe
Proximity triggers and dead man switches are the tools of cowards.
The bombs have gone from remote control to countdown timer. Go ahead and destroy the detonator if you want. Won't make any difference.
I
now.
hate this man.
The bombs are gonna go off no matter what.
How long do we have?
About 30 minutes.
Fuck.
30 minutes.
Oh no.
My condolences.
What can we do to stop them?
I told you that already. First, we need the device that allows us to input information. Then we plug it into each bomb and enter the codes.
Hey Alice, who the hell are you? How do you know all this?
None of your damn business. Just tell me where the input device is.
Well, that's none of your damn business.
I don't...
Fuck! Stop! You're gonna break it!
Of course.
Good.
That's the plan.
Please.
For a guy willing to die, he's really bad at any pain.
Yeah, no shit.
Just tell me what I want to know.
He's like, it's okay, I'm not afraid to die. I've got spares. Ooh, ouch, ow, my bones.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Ow, ouch, owie. Stop
No,
it.
my death was meant to be instantaneously incinerating. No.
But you can't even respect him for being like convicted or anything. Like
No.
convictions, like he's just a win.
He's just a bitch.
He's just a bitch.
No, my clone bones.
No, I have bonitis. Leave me alone.
My little lefty clone bone.
She nodded and started digging through his pockets. After a few minutes...
It's no use. There's nothing here.
Did you lie to me?
No. I swear, keep looking.
Oh, wait. There is something in here.
A gun!
God,
Let's kill
Clover.
him! Clover pulled her hand from his pocket and held it out. That's not... Is that a pill, like, for medicine?
Hey, what is this?
Huh? I can't see it. Bring it over here.
No, no,
Oh my God,
no,
Clover.
no, Clover,
What?
Clover, no. Hold on, where are we? Oh, okay. Suddenly he moved, his right hand snaking out to grab the pill from Clover's hand. Before anyone could react, he shoved it into his mouth, dying instantaneously. I heard a tiny crack as he bit down on it. Almost immediately, he grimaced in pain. Man, Dio's a fucking coward, huh?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Shit. What? What was that?
Poison, I guess.
What?
Good
At
job.
least he's dead.
Good job, Clover, special agent.
Damn.
Could she just watch like a single spy movie?
Yeah, like
Clover with tears in her eyes. It's my first day!
his eyes rolled up into his head and flecks of spittle began to trickle out from the corners of his mouth. I grabbed him by the hair and shook.
What the hell are you doing? Where's the input device?
Lost it. In my couch. I'm back home.
Don't screw with me.
Fine. Don't tell us. How about you give us the deactivation codes instead?
Oh.
Deactivation. You guys are persistent. Fine.
Fire, you're smart. Fire, you're so fucking smart. You know exactly what you're doing, don't you?
Yeah.
Not gonna do that.
Dio's so cocky and stupid that she knows it.
Yeah.
She wouldn't even consider there's something metaphysical like afoot.
Yeah.
Even though at this point he should absolutely know about multi-generating fields.
For bomb 3. Ready?
Okay.
LXQ.
Oh wait, this is a new one actually.
HC.
Yeah.
NM.
It'd be kind of boring if it was an old one.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if you did this time jumping stuff and he gave you the same password every single time?
God.
You'd smack him and go, no, different one.
What do you mean a different one?
What do you mean a different
What
one?
does it matter?
What about the other 3? Tell us the other 3.
He didn't even seem to hear me.
My body will be a part of the foundation of a bright future.
Motherfucker. His voice was weak and more foam was dribbling out of his mouth.
Such a beautiful world. May brother live in everlasting glory.
Those were the last words Dio spoke. Thank God. He died with a strange, happy smile. Oh, that sucks.
You didn't win.
You didn't win.
Damn.
He only gave us the password for one of the bombs. This is bad. What are we gonna do?
I don't know.
How much time have we got?
25 minutes.
Are you sure?
Yes. When he told us the time, I checked my bracelet. It said exactly 30 minutes.
Brain cells are all on the screen right now.
The next set of doors opens.
Yes. The time on your bracelet is the time we have left.
Oh. So, 25 minutes.
This isn't good. I was hoping that we might be able to escape through the white doors, but
It takes 5 minutes for the primary door to open and close. So,
yes, I know. There's no way we can get through them before the explosion happens.
Well, there's no point just standing around. We should start looking. We need 3 things. The password input device.
And the remaining 2 bombs, right?
we also need passwords for all the bombs other than number 3.
Exactly.
Maybe Dio has a note or something?
Hold on. Let me check.
What, you think he just write them down?
Just all under his hat.
Yeah. He knelt down and quickly checked his pockets and sleeves and sat back on her heels, frustrated.
Damn. He's clean.
She looked pale.
Then we'll just have to hope we find it somewhere. Tenmyoji, can you go tell Luna what's happened?
Right, I'm on it.
Good. The rest of you, let's move out. We can do this. Let's go.
I have to remember what room the input device was in. Oh.
I may have to head out soon, because I have been ignoring a family member for 2 hours.
No.
By choice.
What, sorry?
Ignoring a family member for 2 hours.
Whoops.
Brushes my hand.
Streams
Listen
are
from-
fun.
I mean, more than streams.
Oh, yes, obviously.
What else?
Trust me. When I was with visiting my family, like over the week during the holidays, there were several times where I was just like, "All right, see ya." Went to go call custody for several hours.
Oh,
I mean,
oh, this is so fucked.
I see. Then at last, the chromatic doors opened. Well, GG. Our time had run out. We watched the white doors open. Were they doors to heaven or to hell? Cool. The thought barely had time to flutter through my mind before everything went white. We didn't even have time to say goodbye. 1,000 emotions flooded my brain in those last moments. Why? How? How did we end up this way? Then a blistering wave of heat, like the surface of the sun itself, wiped out any lingering thoughts. Hey, we saw this at the start.
Yeah.
My consciousness slipped away into a bottomless pool of darkness. Neither heaven nor hell. Only the void. Fuck, dude. It suck. That is an ending, huh?
Yeah. That is the Alice
That
ending.
is the Alice ending. Ooh.
Yeah, because you learn a little backstory. Look at those fill up. You have more done than you have left now. How does that feel?
That feels incredible. Okay, so oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god. There's
Couple just opened.
The only lock that is still left. Who planted the bomb? I don't know.
So
we know this.
Yeah,
now.
you got the I would recommend doing the one to the left of that first. The one right next to Alice's route.
Wait. The left?
The left of the far the second
that's-
from the left.
Oh, you mean wait, this one?
That one right there, yeah.
I mean, you might as well do that bad end to the left.
I
as
might as
well,
well do
'cause
this
that would
one,
be fair.
yeah.
That would
Yeah.
be short, yeah.
But like, hey, you know it's almost been 5 hours.
It's been fun
That's
though.
true.
It's been a good time.
It has been a good time. I will say there is still a distinct possibility that we could do an extra DLR tomorrow.
Oh.
It's looking likely.
It's looking likely.
Yeah.
Lila, if you're still listening, we love you and hope you get well very
yeah,
soon.
Lila, I hope you get well.
Oh yeah. I hope you get better soon, Lila.
Yeah. We'll see tomorrow. I'm not gonna promise anything or commit to anything.
Yeah, because you know,
that's definitely
free
fair.
night. You know, free night it means just chill time too.
Yeah.
That would, that's pretty valuable. You've been working really hard all week.
But also, we could finish the game.
Yeah, we probably could. Yeah, like one of the endings you still have left does involve another puzzle room, so it.
Yeah, I figured as much. There's at least one left.
Yeah, it might take a little bit longer than you're anticipating, but we could, we could go for longer or something.
We could give it a shot.
Yeah.
All right. Hey. If I don't stream tomorrow, guess what the next stream is? It's not Moon. I'm gonna be playing an Outcry. I'm super excited for it. That's it.
It's gonna be so cool.
That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you everybody for hanging out.
It was so much fun, as always.
Pleasure as always.
Thank you, Warfy.
Yeah, thank you, Warfy, for hanging out
Oh,
on
yeah.
your last stream ever.
Yeah, I'm being banished by time and space again,
Warfy
unfortunately.
die.
I could probably make Monday streams because it's our weekend. Wait, no, other way around.
Wait.
Sunday streams.
Yeah,
Sunday
the overlap with Luca's streams is like Friday, Saturday for my weekend.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
And
Which is unfortunately also.
I don't stream any of these kinds of games on those days.
Yeah, and I try and stream on the weekend once I get back into work and that. So
Yeah, of course.
Ripperooski. All right.
Yeah.
Hey, bye. Guess what?
Oh, what?
I love you.
Oh, I love you.
Thank you for ignoring family for me for 2 hours.
I would do it again.
That's the most
And I'll do it
romantic
again.
thing you could possibly say.
All right. I love you all.
Boy.
Hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, or night. And as always, a good sleep.
Oh boy.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.